This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't explain what happened to me last night. I'm writing this down partly to process it and partly because I need someone to tell me I'm not going crazy. I've barely slept, and my hands are still shaking as I type this. I was supposed to visit my cousin Jake's cabin in West Virginia yesterday. It should have been a simple 2-hour drive from my place in Pittsburgh. Jake moved to this remote cabin last year, and I'd been promising to visit for months. Finally made plans to stay the weekend, do some hiking, fishing, and catch up over beers around his fire pit. I got a late start because my boss dumped a last-minute project on me right before I was supposed to leave. By the time I finished, packed my car, and hit the road, it was already past 6 in the evening. Not ideal, but I figured I'd still make it before 9, and Jake said he'd wait up. The first hour of the drive was totally normal. I had my playlist going, windows cracked open to enjoy the cool September air. The sun was setting, painting the sky this deep orange that made everything look kind of surreal. My GPS told me to take Route 74 for the final stretch, a rural highway that cuts through some pretty isolated terrain. Jake had warned me cell service gets spotty out there, so I'd written down directions just in case. As I turned onto Route 74, I noticed the temperature dropping. The dashboard showed it had gone from 62 degrees to 54 in just a few minutes. Not super unusual for the mountains, but still. That's when I noticed wisps of fog starting to form in the low areas between hills. Nothing too thick at first, just patches here and there that my headlights cut through. About 30 minutes down Route 74, the fog started getting heavier. My GPS signal kept cutting in and out, with the screen freezing, then jumping ahead. Eventually, it just displayed signal lost and went dark. No big deal, I thought. I had Jake's written directions. Just stay on Route 74 until exit 17, then follow the county road to his place. The problem was, Route 74 started feeling wrong. I've driven plenty of back roads before, and they all have a certain feel to them. But suddenly, the road seemed narrower than it should be. The trees on either side pressed in closer to the shoulder, their branches reaching over the road like gnarled fingers. The yellow center line was faded to the point of being almost invisible in places. I checked my odometer and realized I should have reached exit 17 already. Had I missed it in the fog? But I hadn't seen any exits at all for at least 20 minutes. I slowed down to about 30 miles per hour. Straining to see through the fog that was now so thick my headlights only illuminated maybe 15 feet ahead. That's when I saw it. A figure standing on the right shoulder of the road. Just standing there. I caught only a glimpse, tall and unnaturally thin, wearing what looked like dark clothes. I hit the brakes instinctively, my car skidding slightly on the damp asphalt. When I looked again, focusing on that spot, there was nothing there. My heart was pounding in my chest. I told myself it was probably just a deer. The fog was playing tricks on my eyes. I took a deep breath and continued driving, but now every shadow made me flinch. The radio, which had been playing fine earlier, started picking up nothing but static. I tried different stations, but it was all the same harsh noise. I turned it off. The fog got impossibly thicker. My headlights barely penetrated it now, creating this weird tunnel effect where I could only see a small circle of road directly in front of me. Everything beyond that was just white nothingness. I slowed to 20 miles per hour, then 15, hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. That's when my car started acting up. The headlights flickered, once, twice, then dimmed to half their normal brightness. The engine sputtered, losing power for a second before catching again. The dashboard lights blinked on and off. My stomach dropped. Breaking down out here alone with no cell service in this fog? The thought made me feel sick. I'd been driving for almost an hour on Route 74 by this point. I should have reached Jake's exit long ago. I was completely lost, with no idea how far I'd gone or where I was. The only thing I knew for certain was that I needed to find somewhere to stop, figure out where I was, maybe get help with my car. Like an answer to my unspoken prayer, my headlights suddenly illuminated a sign through the fog: Miller's Gas and Service, 24 hours. I nearly cried with relief. As I approached, I could make out the shape of an old gas station. Not one of those modern places with bright lights and a convenience store, but an older style with just 2 pumps and a small building. I pulled in, the gravel crunching under my tires. The place looked deserted. There was a single flickering exterior light above the door to the building, but no other cars around. I checked my watch, 10:23 p.m. Still open, according to their sign, but it sure didn't look like it. I turned off the engine, which had been running rougher the last few minutes, and sat there for a moment, debating what to do. The silence was absolute. No crickets, no distant traffic, not even the sound of wind in the trees. Just dead silence and thick fog swirling around my car. There was a strange smell in the air, metallic, almost like blood, but with something else I couldn't identify. I rolled up my window quickly. I needed to get my bearings and see if anyone was around who could help me. I grabbed my phone, still showing no service, and my flashlight from the glove compartment. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out of the car. The cold hit me immediately. Much colder than it should have been for September, even at night. My breath fogged in front of my face. The gravel lot was uneven, with weeds growing up through the stones. The gas pumps looked ancient, not digital ones, but the old kind with rolling number displays. The price showed regular unleaded at $1.25 per gallon, which made no sense. Gas hasn't been that price since the 90s. I approached the building cautiously. The door was old wood with a small dirty window. A sign hung on it reading "Open" in faded red letters. I tried to peer inside, but could only make out shadowy shapes. I pushed the door open, setting off a bell that rang too loudly in the silence. The inside of the station was dimly lit by a few flickering fluorescent tubes. Dust covered everything: the counter, the shelves stocked with ancient-looking snacks and car supplies. It looked like nobody had been there for years, yet the lights were on. Behind the counter was an empty chair, a cash register that looked like it belonged in a museum, and a door I assumed led to a back room. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and swallowed by the dusty air. No response. I approached the counter, looking for any signs of recent human activity. A newspaper lay open next to the register. I glanced at the date, October 12th, 1973. My stomach twisted. That had to be a mistake, or maybe they kept an old paper as some kind of souvenir. I called out again, louder this time. "Hello, I need some help. My car's acting up and I'm lost." Nothing but silence. I noticed a map of West Virginia tacked to the wall behind the counter. I went around to look at it, hoping to figure out where I was. As I studied it, cold dread washed over me. Route 74 wasn't on the map. I checked again, following all the highways with my finger. There was no Route 74 anywhere in West Virginia. That's impossible, I thought. I'd been driving on it for over an hour. My GPS had directed me to it before losing signal. It had to exist. I backed away from the counter, suddenly desperate to leave this place. As I turned toward the door, I noticed a payphone mounted on the wall near the entrance, the kind you almost never see anymore. On impulse, I picked up the receiver. To my shock, there was a dial tone. I fumbled in my pocket for some change, found a quarter, and dropped it in. I dialed Jake's number, praying he would answer. The phone rang once, twice, then a third time. On the fourth ring, someone picked up, but instead of Jake's voice, I heard breathing. Slow, raspy breathing, like someone with emphysema or asthma. "Jake?" I said. "Jake, is that you?" The breathing continued for a few seconds, then stopped. A voice spoke, but it wasn't Jake. It was high-pitched and strangely accented, almost like someone who'd learned English as a third or fourth language. "You shouldn't be here. it said. "No one comes here anymore." "Who is this?" I demanded. "Where am I?" "Nowhere," the voice replied. "You're nowhere now." The line went dead. I slammed the receiver down, my heart pounding. I needed to get out of there now. I rushed to the door and pushed it open, the bell clanging violently. Outside, the fog had grown even thicker, if that was possible. I could barely see my car just 15 feet away. As I hurried toward it, I noticed something that made me stop dead in my tracks. There was a figure standing at the edge of the lot, half hidden in the fog, the same unnaturally tall, thin silhouette I'd seen on the roadside earlier. It was perfectly still, facing in my direction. Though I couldn't make out any features in the fog, I knew it was watching me. I ran the last few steps to my car, fumbling with the keys, dropping them, picking them up with shaking hands. I finally got the door open and threw myself inside, locking it immediately. The figure hadn't moved, but I swear it was somehow closer now, though I hadn't seen it take a step. I jammed the key in the ignition and turned it. The engine coughed, sputtered, then miraculously roared to life. I didn't wait another second. I threw the car in reverse, spun around, and accelerated back onto the road, not even caring which direction I was going as long as it was away from there. As I drove, I kept checking my rearview mirror, expecting to see the gas station receding behind me. But after just a few seconds, there was nothing there. The fog had completely swallowed it, as if the place had never existed at all. I drove frantically for what felt like 10 minutes, the road seemingly endless and unchanging. My fuel gauge, which had been at a quarter tank when I reached the gas station, was now nearly on empty. How was that possible? The needle dropped as I watched, like something was draining my tank. The engine began to sputter again, losing power. No, not now, I thought. I pressed the gas pedal harder, but it was no use. The car coughed, jerked, and died. I coasted to a stop in the middle of the road. I sat there in the silence, trying to calm my breathing. I had to think. I could wait for someone to drive by, but I hadn't seen another car since turning onto Route 74. I could try walking, but in which direction? And that thing I'd seen, what if it was still out there? I closed my eyes for just a second, trying to focus. When I opened them again and looked through the windshield, my blood turned to ice. There, maybe 50 yards ahead through the fog, was Miller's Gas and Service. The same station I'd just fled from, the same flickering light above the door, the same two ancient pumps. It was impossible. I'd driven for miles in the opposite direction. Yet there it was. And there, standing in the middle of the road between me and the station, was the figure. No longer distant or partially hidden by fog. It was right there, fully visible now, tall, 7 feet at least, and impossibly thin, wearing what looked like a dirty, dark overcoat that hung from its frame like it was draped over a coat hanger. Its limbs were too long, its posture too straight. But its face is what will haunt me forever. It didn't have one. Where features should have been was just smooth, pale skin stretched tight over a skull-like shape. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a blank canvas of flesh. I screamed, though no one could hear me. I tried the ignition again and again, but the car was completely dead. The figure took a step toward me, then another. Its movement was wrong, too fluid, like it was gliding rather than walking. It reached my car in seconds. I locked the doors, though I knew it wouldn't matter. It stood by my driver's side window, that blank face turning down toward me. Then it raised one unnaturally long finger and tapped on the glass. Tap, tap, tap. Each sound like a hammer in my skull. I covered my ears, closed my eyes, and screamed until my throat was raw. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Seconds, minutes, hours, but suddenly, everything went silent. When I opened my eyes, it was morning. The fog was gone. My car was parked on the shoulder of a normal-looking highway, engine off. There was no gas station, no figure, just trees, sunshine, and the occasional car passing by. A highway patrolman pulled up behind me about 20 minutes later. He said I was on Route 33, not Route 74. When I mentioned Route 74, he looked at me strangely and said there is no Route 74 in West Virginia. Never has been. I'm at Jake's cabin now. He came to pick me up after the patrolman called him. My car is still where I left it, the battery completely drained, the gas tank empty. Jake says I look like hell, that I should see a doctor. Maybe he's right, but I know what I saw, and I know that whatever's out there on that road that doesn't exist, it's still waiting. I keep checking the windows, expecting to see that blank face staring in at me, and sometimes when the cabin is completely quiet, I swear I can hear it. Tap, 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 like long fingers drumming against glass. Story 2. I still can't explain what happened at that hotel in Riverdale. It's been 3 years and I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head. I've tried to convince myself there was some logical explanation, but deep down, I know what I saw, what we both saw. This happened back in 1919 when my mom and I were visiting my older brother Mark in Riverdale, Ohio. He'd just started his first year at Wright State, and we wanted to check out his new apartment and make sure he was doing okay. Mom's always been protective like that. We didn't have a ton of money for the trip, so we booked this cheap roadside hotel called the Sunset Inn. Nothing special, just your basic 2-star place with dated furniture and those stiff bedspreads that always smell like industrial cleaner. Room 23, ground floor, facing the parking lot. I remember the number clearly because, well, you'll understand why. The first day was completely normal. We arrived around noon, checked in, dropped our bags in the room, and then spent the afternoon with Mark. We took him shopping for groceries, helped organize some stuff in his apartment, and then grabbed dinner at this local pizza place he liked. Just a normal family visit. We got back to the hotel around 9 that night. Mom was tired from the drive, so she took a shower while I set up our little midnight snack on the table by the window. Nothing fancy, just some chips, cheese sticks, and a bottle of ranch dressing I'd grabbed from a convenience store. Mom's a dipper. She puts ranch on practically everything. So we're sitting there, eating and watching some reality show on the tiny hotel TV. I was telling Mum about this class I was thinking of taking next semester when I reached for the ranch bottle. That's when it happened. My fingers were maybe 2 inches away when the bottle just moved. Not like it was bumped or rolled. It slid, deliberately, like someone was pushing it slowly across the table away from me. At first, I thought I was just tired and seeing things. You know how sometimes your eyes play tricks on you when you're exhausted? But then I looked up at Mom, and her face had gone completely white. She was staring at the bottle too. "Did you see that?" I whispered. She nodded, not taking her eyes off the ranch. The bottle had moved about 6 inches across the laminate tabletop before stopping. Not tipping over, not rolling in a curve like it would if the table was uneven. Just a straight, deliberate slide like someone had placed a finger on it and pushed. "Maybe the table's wobbly," Mom said, but her voice sounded hollow, like she didn't believe it herself. I stood up and jumped next to the table. Nothing moved. I shook the table. The chips rattled, but the ranch bottle stayed put. I waved my hands around it, thinking maybe there was some weird air current from the AC unit. Nothing. I even blew on it as hard as I could. It didn't budge, but when I reached out and physically pushed it with my finger, it moved normally, just like any bottle would. We sat there in silence for a good 5 minutes. Mom finally broke the quiet by suggesting we were both overtired from the drive. I agreed, even though I knew what I'd seen. We finished eating quickly, keeping our eyes on the ranch bottle the whole time, and then turned off the TV and went to bed. I had trouble falling asleep that night. I kept staring at the dark outline of the table by the window, half expecting to see things moving in the darkness. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted off. I don't know exactly what time it was when Mom shook me awake. The red numbers on the bedside clock said 3:12 a.m. Mom was sitting up in bed, clutching the covers to her chest. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I was about to ask what she meant when I heard it too, a loud clatter from the bathroom, like something had fallen. "It woke me up," Mom said. It sounded like something hit the floor. Now, I should mention that my mom isn't the type to get spooked easily. She's always been the check the basement when we hear a noise parent, not the call the police type. But that night, she looked genuinely afraid. "I'll go check," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. I swung my legs out of bed and padded across the worn carpet to the bathroom door, which was partially open. I hesitated before pushing it all the way, half expecting to find someone or something waiting inside. The bathroom was empty, of course. The fluorescent light flickered on with an electric buzz when I hit the switch. Everything looked normal at first glance. Towels still hanging on the rack, our toiletries lined up on the counter next to the sink. Then I spotted it. My face wash bottle was lying in the middle of the floor, about 4 feet from the counter. Now, here's the thing. This wasn't a lightweight, unstable bottle that could easily fall. It was one of those squat, heavy Neutrogena pumps with a flat base, the kind that sits solidly on a surface, and it hadn't just fallen off the counter. It had somehow been thrown or propelled with enough force to land in the middle of the bathroom floor. I picked it up, feeling the cold plastic against my skin, and put it back on the counter. I checked to see if the counter was wet or slippery. It wasn't. I even tried recreating the fall, nudging the bottle gently toward the edge, but it just tipped over rather than flying outward. "What was it?" Mom called from the bedroom. "My face wash," I said, coming back out. It was on the floor. "Did it fall?" I shook my head. "I don't see how it could have. It was right in the middle of the floor, not near the counter where it would have landed if it just fell." We both knew what that meant, even if neither of us wanted to say it out loud. Something had moved the bottle, just like something had moved the ranch dressing earlier. "Let's try to get some sleep," Mom said finally. "We'll change rooms tomorrow." But neither of us slept much. We lay there in the darkness, listening to every creak and hum of the old building. I kept imagining I could hear soft movements around the room, the whisper of something sliding across the table, the faint tap of fingers on the bathroom counter. Whenever I closed my eyes, I pictured that ranch bottle sliding away from my fingers, moving with purpose, as if pushed by an invisible hand. Morning couldn't come fast enough. As soon as it was a reasonable hour, we packed our things and went to the front desk. The elderly man working there barely looked up from his crossword puzzle when Mom requested a room change. "Problem with the room?" he asked, not sounding particularly interested. Mom hesitated, just not comfortable with it. I almost wanted him to ask for details so I could see his reaction. Did he know about room 23? Had other guests experienced similar things? But he just shrugged and assigned us to room 45 on the second floor. No questions asked. The new room was identical to the first. Same faded floral comforter, same mass-produced landscapes on the walls, same laminate table by the window. But it felt different, lighter somehow, less oppressive. We spent the day with Mark again, but I couldn't focus on our conversations. My mind kept drifting back to that ranch bottle sliding across the table, to my face wash somehow landing in the middle of the bathroom floor. I considered telling Mark, but I knew he'd just laugh it off or try to explain it away with physics or air currents or uneven surfaces. That night in our new room, I placed my water bottle on the table and watched it for nearly an hour, daring it to move. It didn't. Nothing unusual happened for the rest of our stay. No moving objects, no unexplained noises. But I still couldn't shake the feeling that something had been in that first room with us, something that wanted us to know it was there. Before we checked out, I walked past room 23 and stood outside the door for a minute. I don't know what I expected. Cold spots, eerie sounds, some Hollywood movie sign that the room was haunted. There was nothing, of course, just a plain door with a brass number, identical to all the others. I've researched the hotel since then, looking for stories about room 23 or reports of strange occurrences. I haven't found anything specific, though there are a few vague mentions of unexplained experiences in online reviews. I even called the hotel once, pretending to be a researcher collecting stories about Ohio hauntings, but the manager shut me down immediately, said they didn't need that kind of reputation. So that's my story. I don't have any dramatic conclusion or explanation. I just know what I saw that night in Riverdale. A ranch bottle that moved on its own, and a face wash that somehow flew across a bathroom. Small things, really. Not the kind of terrifying encounter you read about in ghost stories, but somehow that makes it more unsettling to me. The subtlety of it, the deliberateness. Like whatever was in that room wasn't trying to scare us away. It just wanted us to know it was there, watching us, reaching out in the only ways it could. I've stayed in dozens of hotels since then, but I always check my toiletries before I go to bed now, arranging them carefully on the counter, and I never ever reach for anything on a table without watching it closely, just in case it decides to move before my fingers can touch it. Story 3. I still can't believe what happened to us at Amber Ridge. It's been 3 weeks, and I'm just now able to write about it without having a complete breakdown. Jessica still won't talk about it. The doctors say she's experiencing some kind of trauma-induced selective mutism. I know that whatever's out there is real, and I need to warn others, even if nobody believes me. It was supposed to be a simple weekend trip to visit Jessica's parents in Millbrook. We'd made the drive dozens of times before, but that Friday evening in October, I decided to try a shortcut I'd found on my navigation app. Big mistake. I think we should turn around, Ben, Jessica said as we turned onto this narrow country road that didn't even have a proper name on the map, just County Road 17. I should have listened to her. It'll be fine. This will save us at least 40 minutes, I replied, checking the map on my phone. The signal was already getting spotty, but I was confident we were heading in the right direction. About 20 minutes in, the weather changed. It had been a clear autumn evening, but out of nowhere, this strange fog started rolling in. Not the normal kind that forms in valleys or near water. This was different. It seemed to move with purpose, swirling around our car like it was alive. The fog got thicker by the minute. I had to slow down to about 15 miles per hour, and even then, I could barely see 10 feet ahead. The headlights just reflected back at us, creating this eerie glow all around. Jessica kept fidgeting with the heater because the car was getting unusually cold, despite it being set to high. Ben, I don't like this, Jessica whispered, staring out the window. Where exactly are we? I checked my phone, but now there was no signal at all. The navigation app was frozen, showing us in the middle of nowhere. According to the map, we should have hit a main road by now, but there was nothing but this endless winding path through dense woods. Hours passed, literally hours. We should have reached Millbrook by then, but instead, we were completely lost. The road seemed to go on forever, with no intersections, no houses, no signs of civilization, just trees and fog. This isn't right, I mumbled, checking the time. It was past midnight. We've been on this road for over 3 hours. That's impossible. Jessica was rubbing her arms, shivering. It feels like we're driving in circles. That's when I saw it, a faint light in the distance. As we got closer, I could make out the silhouette of a large building set back from the road. A sign hung crookedly by the driveway. Amber Ridge Inn. I'd never heard of this place before, and it clearly hadn't been operational for years. The 3-story Victorian-style building was falling apart. Paint peeled from the clapboards, several windows were boarded up, and the front porch sagged dangerously. But it was the first sign of human existence we'd seen in hours. Should we go in and see if there's a phone? Jessica asked, her voice shaking slightly. I shook my head. No way. That place looks like it's been abandoned for decades. Let's just wait in the car until morning or until this fog clears up. It's too dangerous to keep driving, and I don't trust that building. I pulled into the overgrown driveway and parked about 50 feet from the inn. The engine was making weird noises by that point, probably from running for so long without a brake, so I turned it off. The silence that followed was overwhelming. No crickets, no wind, no distant traffic, just absolute stillness. Let's try to get some sleep, I suggested, reclining our seats as far as they would go. Jessica nodded and curled up, using her jacket as a blanket. I kept the key in the accessory position so we could run the heater for a few minutes every half hour. The temperature outside had dropped dramatically, and our breath was visible inside the car. I don't know if I actually fell asleep or was just drifting, but I was jolted fully awake by a sound I'll never forget. A light tapping on the driver's side window. Tap, tap, tap. Perfectly spaced, deliberate taps. My heart practically stopped. I turned my head slowly, expecting to see, I don't know, maybe an animal or a branch moved by the wind, but there was nothing there, just the dense, swirling fog pressed against the glass. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to Jessica, who was now wide awake and staring at me with wide eyes. "It's on my side too," she breathed. I listened, and sure enough, there was another set of taps on her window. Tap, tap, tap. Same rhythm, same intensity, perfectly synchronized with the taps on my side. Then the tapping changed. It became faster, more urgent. Then it wasn't tapping anymore. It was scratching, like fingernails dragging across the glass. The sound made my skin crawl. It came from all windows at once now, even the windshield and rear window. Something was surrounding our car. "Start the car!" Jessica screamed, grabbing my arm so hard her nails dug into my skin. I fumbled with the key, turning it in the ignition. The engine made a sick grinding noise but wouldn't start. I tried again and again. Nothing but that horrible grinding sound. The scratching grew more frantic, and now I could see the fog condensing, becoming thicker in certain spots, almost taking on vague humanoid shapes. The temperature inside the car plummeted so quickly that the windows frosted over from the inside. "We need to run," I said, my voice barely audible over the scratching. "We'll make a break for the inn. It's the only shelter around." "But you said—" "I know what I said, but we can't stay here." I counted to 3, and we both threw our doors open simultaneously. The scratching stopped instantly, and the fog seemed to recoil just for a second. That moment of hesitation was all we needed. We sprinted toward the dilapidated inn, our feet crunching on the gravel driveway. The fog swirled around our ankles, trying to wrap around our legs. I swear it was trying to trip us. Looking back, I saw that our car was completely engulfed in a dense cloud of mist, no longer visible. We reached the front porch, the boards creaking dangerously under our weight. The door was locked, of course. I slammed my shoulder against it once, twice, 3 times before the rotted wood finally gave way. We stumbled inside, slamming the door shut behind us. The interior of the inn was exactly what you'd expect from an abandoned building. Dust-covered furniture, cobwebs in every corner, the musty smell of decay. But it was also unnaturally cold, much colder than it should have been. "What the hell is happening?" Jessica whispered, clutching my arm. Her face was pale, her lips turning blue from the cold. Before I could answer, we heard it. Footsteps from somewhere in the inn, slow, deliberate steps that made the floorboards creak rhythmically, coming from what must have been the back of the building and moving toward us. We froze, listening as the steps grew closer. Then a figure appeared in the doorway leading to what must have been the old reception area. I still have nightmares about what I saw. It was shaped like a man, tall and gaunt, wearing what might have once been a hotel uniform, now tattered and gray with age. But its face, God, its face. The skin was stretched too tight over the skull, the mouth fixed in a grotesque smile that was far too wide for a human face, and its eyes, just empty black holes that seemed to absorb all light. The thing flickered like an old television with bad reception. One moment it was solid, the next it seemed to dissolve into mist, then solidify again. It wasn't walking so much as gliding toward us, leaving swirls of fog in its wake. Jessica screamed, and I grabbed her hand, pulling her toward the staircase. We took the steps 2 at a time, the wood protesting under our weight. I was terrified the stairs would collapse, but staying downstairs with that thing wasn't an option. We reached the 2nd floor and ran down the hallway, trying doorknobs until we found one that opened. It led to a small room, probably a former guest room, with a single window and sparse, rotting furniture. We slammed the door shut and dragged a heavy dresser in front of it. "What the fuck was that?" Jessica sobbed, backing away from the door. "I don't know," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. but we need to find a way out of here. I went to the window and tried to open it, but it was sealed shut by decades of paint. Looking outside, all I could see was the impenetrable fog, swirling and churning like a living thing. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped even further. Our breath came out in thick clouds, and frost began forming patterns on the walls. A crack appeared in the window glass, and tendrils of fog began seeping through. Then we heard it again, that rhythmic tapping. Tap, tap, tap. This time, it came from our door. The dresser we'd pushed against it began to shake slightly with each tap. Jessica grabbed my hand, squeezing so hard I thought my fingers would break. We backed up against the far wall, as far from the door as possible. The tapping continued for what felt like an eternity, and then stopped. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then we heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, right outside our door. "I know you're in there," a voice whispered, so quiet I almost didn't hear it. It wasn't a human voice. It sounded like multiple voices speaking in unison, with an unsettling echo that made my skin crawl. Everyone stops at Amber Ridge eventually. The doorknob turned slowly, the latch clicking as something tried to open it. The dresser shuddered against the door as whatever was outside pushed against it. Then, just as I thought the dresser would give way, the tapping started again, but this time from behind us, from the window. I turned around slowly, already knowing what I would see. Through the cracked glass, partially obscured by the fog that was now pouring into the room, was another face, identical to the one we'd seen downstairs, the same stretched skin, the same impossible smile, the same empty black eyes. The face pressed against the glass, that hideous grin widening even further. The crack in the window spread like a spider web, and I knew it would shatter any second. I don't remember what happened next. I have flashes, Jessica screaming, the window exploding inward, the dresser sliding across the floor as the door burst open, and that cold, cold fog filling the room, wrapping around us like countless icy fingers. The next thing I clearly remember is waking up in our car, parked on the side of a main highway, miles from where we'd been. It was morning, and the fog was gone. Jessica was beside me, unconscious but breathing. There was no sign of the road we'd been on, or the Amber Ridge Inn. We both had identical marks on our wrists. 3 small, perfectly circular bruises in a triangular pattern, like we'd been held by something with an inhuman grip. Jessica's hair had turned completely white overnight. Mine had a single white streak. The doctors couldn't explain any of it. They suggested carbon monoxide poisoning from a leak in our car, or some kind of shared hallucination brought on by exhaustion. But they can't explain the bruises, or Jessica's hair, or the fact that our phones show no record of those missing hours. I've tried researching Amber Ridge Inn. There's nothing, no historical records, no old newspaper articles, nothing. It's like it never existed. But sometimes, when the weather turns cold and foggy, I swear I can hear that tapping on my window. Tap, tap, tap. And sometimes, just for a split second, when I turn my head quickly, I catch a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision, a tall, gaunt figure with an impossible smile, watching and waiting. Story 4. I'm still struggling to make sense of what happened that night. It's been about 2 months, but the memory still makes my skin crawl. I live in a small province about 3 hours from the city. It's the kind of place where everyone knows each other, and the nights get so dark you can actually see every star in the sky. My house sits on a decent plot of land with a detached kitchen out back, pretty common in rural areas here, and a few fruit trees, including this old guava tree that's been there since before I moved in. That night started like any other. I was alone because my husband was working night shift at the factory in the next town over. Around 11 in the evening, I was getting ready for bed when I heard scratching noises outside my window. Nothing major, just light scratching sounds against the wall. I figured it was just our cat Milo trying to get my attention. He usually sleeps outside and sometimes scratches at the door when he wants in. Just ignore him, I told myself. If you let him in now, he'll just want out again in an hour. I continued my bedtime routine, washing my face, brushing my teeth, setting my alarm for the morning. The scratching stopped after a while, so I climbed into bed and started scrolling on my phone. Just as I was about to drift off, I heard a whining sound coming from outside the house near our detached kitchen. It sounded exactly like a dog trying to get inside. We don't have a dog, but there are plenty of strays in the area. The whining was persistent, that desperate sound dogs make when they want something. It was annoying enough that I got up, grabbed my flashlight, and went to check. When I reached the kitchen door, the whining stopped completely. I shone my light around the area, checked under the wooden steps, even called out a soft, "Hello?" thinking maybe it was a neighbor's pet that had wandered over. Nothing, not a single animal in sight. The yard was completely empty and silent. I went back to my room, locking the door behind me, a little annoyed at being dragged out of bed for nothing. I settled back in, and just as I was getting comfortable, the scratching sound started again, this time louder and more deliberate, like someone dragging their nails across the outside wall of my bedroom. My heart started beating faster. I sat up in bed, listening. The scratching continued, moving from one side of the window to the other, and then I heard it, a soft crying sound, like a puppy whimpering in pain. It was coming from directly beneath my window. It's just a stray, I reasoned with myself. It found its way into the yard and is lost. I grabbed my flashlight again and approached the window. The moment I got close, both sounds stopped abruptly. I pulled back the curtain and shone my light outside, scanning every inch of the ground below my window. Nothing, not even a shadow or movement in the bushes, just the empty yard staring back at me. I started to feel uneasy. The timing was too perfect, like whatever was making the noise knew exactly when I was coming to look. I closed the curtains and went back to bed, but I couldn't relax. My heart was still racing, and I found myself straining to hear any sounds. About 20 minutes passed in silence. I was just starting to think I'd imagined it all when I heard something that made my blood run cold. A bird call. Not just any bird call, a soft cooing sound, almost like a dove, but wrong somehow. Birds don't call at midnight in complete darkness, and this sound, it had a quality to it that I can't quite explain. It felt deliberate, mocking even. The cooing continued for about a minute, then stopped. A few seconds later, it was replaced by that puppy whining again, but this time it was mixed with another sound, like rats scurrying across a floor. The combination was unnatural and disturbing. Before I could even process what I was hearing, the sounds changed again. Now it was a chicken, the panicked, pained sound a chicken makes when it's being attacked. I sat frozen in my bed, my whole body trembling. This wasn't normal animal behavior. Animals don't cycle through different sounds like that, and they certainly don't do it right outside someone's window in the middle of the night. I remembered stories my grandmother used to tell me about creatures in the forest that mimic animal sounds to lure people out of their homes. She never specified what happened after that, but the implication was clear: nothing good. I decided I wasn't going to look outside again. Something told me that acknowledging whatever was out there would only make it worse, like it wanted my attention, wanted me to engage with it. So I stayed in bed, pulled the covers over my head like a child, and recited every prayer I could remember until, eventually, the sound stopped. I must have fallen asleep from exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. In the daylight, everything seemed normal. There were no scratches on the walls, no signs that anything had been in the yard. I almost convinced myself it had been a dream, or that maybe I'd heard actual animals, and my fear had distorted the experience. Almost. For the next few days, everything was normal. My husband came home, we went about our routine, and I didn't hear anything unusual at night. I started to relax, to believe that whatever had happened was just a one-time thing. Then, 5 days after the incident, I was standing under the guava tree in our yard around 8 in the evening. The sun had just set, but it wasn't fully dark yet. I was using my phone, checking messages and scrolling through social media, enjoying the cool evening air. That's when I noticed the silence. Not just quiet, but complete silence. No insects buzzing, no distant dogs barking, no sound of leaves rustling despite the slight breeze. It was as if someone had suddenly muted the world around me. And then I heard it, a soft tisk, tisk, tisk sound coming from somewhere in the tree above me. My first thought was that it might be a lizard or some other small creature. But as I listened, the sound changed. It became more deliberate, more human. Tsk, tsk, k. The sound was paced, almost like someone clicking their tongue against the roof of their mouth. I looked up, trying to spot whatever was making the noise, but the foliage was too thick, and the fading light made it hard to see clearly. Tsk. It continued, and with each repetition, it sounded less like an animal and more like someone trying to get my attention. I felt my chest tighten with fear as I slowly lowered my gaze from the tree branches. That's when I felt it, the overwhelming sensation of being watched, not just observed, but studied. I could feel eyes on me from every direction, as if the darkness itself was looking at me. The air felt heavy, pressing against my skin, making it hard to breathe. My phone screen suddenly went black, and when I tried to turn it back on, nothing happened. The tisk sound was getting louder now, more insistent, and I swear it was coming from multiple directions at once. I wanted to run, but I felt frozen in place. My legs wouldn't move. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears, almost drowning out the tisk sounds that now seemed to be closing in around me. In a moment of panic, I started reciting the only Bible verse I could remember clearly, the Lord's Prayer. I said it out loud, my voice shaking, hardly even aware that I was speaking. I'm not even particularly religious, but in that moment it felt like the only thing I could do. As I was halfway through the prayer, my phone suddenly lit up with an incoming call. It was my neighbor asking if I could lend her some sugar for a cake she was baking. The sound of her voice, so normal and mundane, broke whatever spell had been holding me there. I mumbled something about bringing it over in a minute, ended the call, and ran back to the house as fast as I could. I didn't even look back at the tree. I just ran, slammed the door behind me, and locked it. I never did take that sugar to my neighbor. I couldn't bring myself to go outside again that night. I called her back and made up some excuse about not feeling well. My husband came home around midnight, and I told him everything. He checked the yard, checked the tree, even climbed up to look at the branches, but found nothing unusual. He thinks I just spooked myself, that maybe I heard an actual lizard or bird and my imagination ran wild, but I know what I heard and I know what I felt. That wasn't just my imagination. There was something there, something that wanted my attention, something that was playing with me like a cat with a mouse. I still live in the same house. I still walk past that guava tree every day, but I never stand under it anymore, especially not after sunset. And sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still hear faint scratching sounds outside my window. I don't look anymore. I don't acknowledge it. I just pull the covers over my head and wait for morning. The scariest part? I don't think it's gone. I think it's still out there, waiting for me to engage again, to show interest, to give it an opening, and I don't know what will happen if it ever gets one. Story 5. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm a practical woman. I raised my son as a single mom, worked 40 years at the same company before retiring, and now I help watch my grandson 3 days a week while my son and daughter-in-law work. Nothing in my 67 years prepared me for what happened this past March, and I'm still trying to make sense of it. My grandson Tommy turned 5 on February 28th. We had a small party at my house in Westfield, just family, a chocolate cake, his favorite, and the usual decorations. My son Mark brought a bunch of helium balloons, some character ones from that dinosaur movie Tommy's obsessed with, and several plain metallic ones in silver and blue. Tommy had a blast, and when everyone left, the balloons stayed tied to the back of my dining room chairs. Over the next few days, as expected, the balloons started to deflate. One by one, they sank to the floor, and I'd find Tommy dragging them around before I eventually threw them away. All except for one, a silver aluminum balloon that stayed perfectly inflated, floating at ceiling height. I didn't think much of it at first. Some balloons just last longer than others, right? About a week after the party, I started noticing something odd. That silver balloon seemed to follow me. I know how that sounds, but there's no other way to describe it. I'd be in the kitchen making coffee, and the balloon would drift in and hover near the counter. I'd go to the living room to fold laundry, and within minutes, there it was, floating by my head. At first, I rationalized it. Air currents in the house, right? The heat kicks on, pushes the balloon around, makes sense. But then I started paying closer attention. There were no vents near some of the places the balloon would appear. All the windows were closed because it was still cold outside. The balloon would move, even when the heat wasn't running. When Tommy came over that Thursday, he noticed it right away. "Grandma, your balloon likes you," he giggled as the silver orb drifted into the playroom where we were building with Legos. The balloon positioned itself in the corner like it was watching us. "It's just a balloon, honey," I said, but Tommy shook his head. "No, Grandma, he's our friend." Tommy spoke to the balloon after that, telling it about his day at preschool. I thought it was cute, his imagination working overtime. Kids, right? That weekend, Mark came over to help me fix a leaky faucet in the bathroom. The balloon followed us in there, and Mark laughed. "Mom, what's with the balloon stalker?" he joked. "That thing's been floating forever." "I know," I said. "It's kind of weird how it follows me around." Mark swatted at it playfully, sending it bobbing into the hallway. "Maybe it's in love with you," he teased. We laughed it off, but within minutes the balloon had returned to the bathroom doorway, just waiting there. Mark noticed too, raising an eyebrow. "Okay, that's a little creepy," he admitted. That night was when things escalated from odd to terrifying. I went to bed around 11, reading for a while before turning off my lamp. I fell asleep quickly, but woke up around 3 in the morning with that feeling someone was watching me. When I opened my eyes, the balloon was hovering directly above my face, so close I could feel the slight coolness of the metallic surface. I'm not ashamed to admit I screamed. I scrambled out of bed, heart pounding, and ran to the living room. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn on the lights. The balloon followed, drifting slowly down the hallway toward me. I grabbed a throw blanket from the couch and, in a moment of panic or inspiration, I don't know which, threw it over the balloon and pulled it down to the floor. I put a heavy book on top of the blanket, trapping the balloon underneath. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat on the couch, staring at the lump under the blanket, wondering if I was losing my mind. By morning light, I felt foolish. It was just a balloon, for heaven's sake. I removed the blanket, half expecting the balloon to shoot up to the ceiling, but it just rose slowly, floating at about eye level in front of me. "This is ridiculous," I said out loud. "It's a balloon, an inanimate object." I decided I needed to get out of the house. I had grocery shopping to do anyway. I got dressed, grabbed my purse, and headed for the front door. The balloon drifted along behind me like a faithful pet. When I opened the door, the March wind gusted in, and the balloon floated right out past me. Good riddance, I thought. Problem solved. I got in my car and drove to the store, feeling relieved but also slightly unnerved by the whole experience. I spent about an hour shopping, trying to put the whole bizarre situation out of my mind. When I pulled back into my driveway and opened the trunk to unload groceries, something caught my eye. The silver balloon was waiting by my front door. I froze, grocery bags half lifted from the trunk. This wasn't possible. It had floated away in the wind. There's no way it could have returned, especially against the breeze that was still blowing. I approached my door cautiously, as if the balloon might suddenly do something threatening. It just hovered there, about chest height. I had to walk past it to unlock my door. As I did, it drifted aside, almost like it was being polite. Once inside, the balloon followed me to the kitchen, where I unloaded groceries with trembling hands. I called Mark immediately. "The balloon is freaking me out," I said without preamble. "Mom, what balloon?" Then he remembered. "Oh, Tommy's birthday balloon, it's still floating?" I told him everything, how it followed me room to room, how I'd found it hovering over my bed, how it had somehow returned to the house after floating away. "Mom, there has to be a logical explanation," he said, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. "Maybe it's just caught in some weird air current pattern in the house." "Mark, it was outside. It came back." There was a long pause. "I'll come over after work," he finally said. The rest of the day, I found myself increasingly agitated by the balloon's presence. I tried to ignore it, but it was always there, just at the edge of my vision. When I sat down to watch TV, it positioned itself between me and the screen. When I went to the bathroom, it waited outside the door. At one point, I got so frustrated I punched it, sending it careening across the room, only to have it drift right back to me minutes later. Mark arrived around 6, bringing Tommy with him. Tommy was delighted to see the balloon still floating. "Hi, balloon friend," he called, reaching for the silver orb. The balloon seemed to lower itself to Tommy's height, which sent a chill through me. Mark saw it too, his expression shifting from skepticism to concern. We adults tried to act normal for Tommy's sake, but I could tell Mark was watching the balloon's movements closely. After dinner, while Tommy played with his toys in the living room, Mark and I stood in the kitchen talking in low voices. "Mom, this is bizarre," he admitted. "That thing moves like it has a purpose." As if to emphasize his point, the balloon drifted into the kitchen and positioned itself directly between us. Mark frowned and moved it aside. We continued talking, and within minutes, the balloon was back, floating precisely between our faces. "Okay, that's enough," Mark said, grabbing the balloon and taking it to the bedroom. He closed the door and came back to the kitchen. "Let's see if it..." Before he could finish, the balloon was back, once again inserting itself between us. I felt a cold wave of fear wash over me. "This isn't normal," I whispered. Mark, looking pale now, nodded. "No, it's not." In a moment of desperate inspiration, I addressed the balloon directly. Is someone trying to communicate with us?" My thoughts went to my mother, who had passed 3 years ago. "Mom, is that you?" The balloon didn't move or give any sign. It just hovered there silently. For the next few days, the balloon continued its strange behavior. Mark suggested I pop it, but something held me back. Tommy was convinced it was friendly, and to be honest, while it was unsettling, it hadn't done anything threatening beyond the bedroom incident. Then, exactly 2 weeks after Tommy's birthday, I got a call that changed everything. My neighbor phoned to tell me she'd just heard that Jim, my dearest friend from college, had passed away. Jim and I had remained close for nearly 50 years. He'd been diagnosed with terminal cancer last fall, but had been doing relatively well when I saw him in January. "When did he die?" I asked, my voice breaking. "March 1st, she said. "His daughter just put it in the paper today. March 1st, the day after Tommy's party, the day the balloons started deflating." Later that night, as I sat in my living room crying over Jim, the balloon drifted over and hovered beside me. For the first time, its presence felt comforting rather than frightening. I remembered something Jim had said during our last visit. He knew he was dying, and we'd talked about what comes after. He'd squeezed my hand and said with his characteristic mischievous smile, "When I go, I'm going to come harass you somehow. That's how you'll know it's me saying I love you." I looked at the silver balloon floating gently beside me. "Jim?" I whispered. The balloon didn't speak or move differently, but somehow in that moment, I knew. 3 days later, the balloon began to lose its helium. It sank lower and lower until it finally rested on the floor. Tommy was sad, but I explained that sometimes friends have to say goodbye. We had a little ceremony in the backyard where we released the now deflated balloon into the air. I still can't explain what happened. Science would say it was coincidence, random air currents, and an overactive imagination fueled by grief. Maybe that's true. But sometimes I look up at the ceiling, half expecting to see a silver balloon watching over me. And somehow, that thought no longer scares me at all. Story 6. I've always been sensitive to things others can't see or feel. Ever since I was a kid, I'd notice shadows moving in the corners of rooms or feel like someone was watching me when I was alone. My parents chalked it up to an overactive imagination, and as I got older, I started to believe maybe they were right. That is, until 2 years ago when I moved into my current house in Elmwood. The neighborhood seemed perfect. Quiet streets lined with maple trees, friendly neighbors who wave but don't get too nosy, and a charming 2-bedroom craftsman that was within my budget. Nothing about the place raised any red flags during the viewing or inspection. The realtor mentioned the previous owners were an elderly couple who decided to move to Florida to be closer to their grandkids. Pretty standard stuff. For the first few months, everything was normal. I was settling in, getting used to the creaks and groans of the house, the way the pipes knocked when the heat kicked on, and how the wind whistled through that one window in the kitchen that never sealed properly, no matter how much weather stripping I added. Then it started. I remember the first time it happened like it was yesterday, even though it was about 18 months ago. It was the middle of winter, and we'd had a heavy snowfall that day. The world outside my window was silent in that specific way it only gets when snow blankets everything. I'd gone to bed around 11, exhausted from shoveling my driveway. I fell asleep quickly but woke up suddenly around 3 in the morning. I was lying on my stomach, which was weird because I never sleep that way. It hurts my lower back, but there I was, face half buried in my pillow, completely flat on my belly. The first thing I noticed was this bizarre static feeling in my head, like when an old TV loses signal. My ears were ringing, not painfully but persistently, a high-pitched tone that seemed to be coming from inside my skull, and then I felt it. Someone was watching me. I know how that sounds, but it wasn't just a feeling of being observed. It was a heavy, intentional presence, like when you can tell someone is staring at you from across a room. The presence felt like it was standing at the foot of my bed, just watching. I tried to move, to roll over and see what was there, but I couldn't. My body wouldn't respond. Not a single muscle would twitch on command. The paralysis lasted maybe 20 or 30 seconds, though it felt like an eternity. When I finally could move again, I jerked upright and flipped on my bedside lamp so fast I nearly knocked it over. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. There was nothing there, of course, just my empty bedroom looking exactly as it had when I'd gone to sleep. I convinced myself it was sleep paralysis. I'd read about it before. The inability to move, the sense of a threatening presence, even auditory hallucinations. It made perfect sense, and the explanation helped calm me down enough to eventually fall back asleep with the TV on for company. I almost forgot about it until it happened again about 2 weeks later. This time, I again woke up lying on my stomach around 3:15 in the morning. The same static filled my head, the same ringing in my ears, but this time I could move. I lay perfectly still, though, because something told me not to let whatever was there know I was awake. That's when I felt the mattress sink down near my feet, as if someone had sat down on the edge of my bed. My blood ran cold. The pressure was unmistakable, not just a slight depression, but the distinct weight of someone sitting there. I could even feel the subtle shift in the blankets being pulled taut from the weight. I held my breath, counting to 3 in my head before I suddenly rolled over and sat up, again turning on the light in one swift motion. Nothing. The impression on the mattress was already gone by the time I looked. I got up and checked every inch of my house, under the bed, in the closets, behind the shower curtain, all the locks on the doors and windows. Everything was secure. I was alone. After that night, I started sleeping with a nightlight. I felt childish doing it, but the soft glow gave me some comfort. I also started researching the history of my house, thinking maybe there was something in its past that could explain what was happening. But as far as I could tell, it was just an ordinary house built in the 1970s. No tragic deaths, no sordid history, just a normal suburban home. For a while, nothing happened. March turned into April, then May. I started to relax, thinking whatever had been happening was over. I even stopped using the nightlight. Big mistake. The third encounter happened just 3 nights ago, and it's the reason I'm finally sharing this. I need to tell someone because I'm scared to be in my own home, and I don't know what to do. I was lying on my side, facing the wall with my back to the room. It was 2:50 in the morning. I know because I checked my phone right before it happened. I had my headphones in, listening to a sleep meditation podcast that usually helps me drift off when I'm anxious. I wasn't fully asleep yet, just in that hazy state where your thoughts start to get weird and dreamlike. That's when I felt it. 3 distinct, deliberate taps on my upper back, right between my shoulder blades. They weren't gentle, they were forceful, like someone trying to get my attention. I could feel the shape of a finger through my t-shirt, the pressure of a human-sized digit pressing into my skin. I spun around so fast I nearly fell out of bed, yanking my headphones out in the process. My heart was hammering, and I was gasping for air like I'd been underwater. The room was empty, completely empty. But I was wide awake, and I knew with absolute certainty that I hadn't imagined those taps. Someone or something had touched me. I turned on every light in the house and sat in my living room until morning, clutching a kitchen knife and jumping at every normal house noise. I called in sick to work that day because I hadn't slept a wink after the incident. The rational part of my brain keeps trying to find explanations. Maybe it was a hypnagogic hallucination, those weird sensory experiences people sometimes have when falling asleep. Maybe my own hand had gone numb and I'd somehow tapped myself without realizing it. Maybe the house was settling in a weird way that transferred vibrations to my mattress. But I know what I felt. Those were deliberate taps from a finger, not random vibrations or my imagination. Something wanted me to know it was there. Yesterday, I went out and bought a camera. Nothing fancy, just a simple security camera that connects to my phone. I set it up facing my bed last night, hoping to catch something, anything, that might explain what's been happening. Part of me was terrified I actually would record something, while another part hoped I would, so at least I'd know I wasn't losing my mind. I slept fitfully, waking up every hour or so to check the camera feed on my phone. Nothing unusual happened, which was both a relief and somehow disappointing. This morning, I reviewed the entire night's footage. There were no mysterious figures, no unexplained shadows, no evidence of anything supernatural, just me tossing and turning all night. But here's the thing that's really freaking me out now. At exactly 2:50 a.m. on the recording, there's a brief moment where the camera's feed glitches. It's just for a second or two. A few frames where the image distorts with digital artifacts before returning to normal. It could be nothing, just a technical hiccup. But the timing, it can't be a coincidence, can it? I'm going to keep recording. I've ordered more cameras to place around the bedroom from different angles. I've also reached out to the previous owners through my realtor, asking if they ever experienced anything unusual in the house. I'm still waiting to hear back. The thing that scares me most is the pattern, the time. Always between 2:50 and 3:15 a.m. The position. I keep waking up on my stomach when I never sleep that way naturally. And the escalation, from just a presence to sitting on my bed to actually touching me. What's next? Where does this end? I'm typing this at my kitchen table in broad daylight, but even now I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. There's a heaviness in the air, like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. Something about this house isn't right. Something is here with me, and it's getting bolder. Tonight I'm considering staying at a hotel, just to see if a change of location makes a difference. But there's a part of me that needs to know what's happening, that needs evidence I can show someone else. Because right now I feel like I'm going crazy. No one believes me when I try to explain what's happening. They give me that look. You know the one. Like they're humoring me but think I'm either making it up or need psychological help. Maybe they're right. Maybe there is something wrong with me, not my house. But those taps, they were so real. I can still feel the pressure on my back when I think about it, like phantom fingerprints that won't fade away. I don't know what to do next. All I know is that I'm dreading nightfall. In a few hours the sun will set, and I'll be alone in this house again. And at some point, I'll have to sleep. The thought makes my stomach twist into knots. If anyone has experienced something similar, or has any advice that doesn't involve burning sage or moving immediately, I'd appreciate it. I can't afford to break my lease, and honestly, I'm not convinced whatever this is wouldn't just follow me anyway. I'll update if anything else happens or if the cameras catch something tonight. Until then, I'm keeping all the lights on and my phone close by, and I'm definitely not sleeping on my stomach. Story 7. I've been hesitating about posting this for years. I still don't have a rational explanation for what happened, and part of me worries people will think I'm making this up or was just sleep deprived. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I worked as a shift manager at Pizza Hut for almost 2 years in this small strip mall location in Millbrook. It wasn't a fancy standalone restaurant, just squeezed between a Dollar General and what used to be a tanning salon before it went out of business. The layout was really open concept, which is important to understand what happened. When you walked in the front door, you could literally see all the way back to the rear exit. The dining area was to the right when you entered, then the counter, kitchen line, and in the very back were the walk-in fridge, dishwasher, and the back door. The job itself was pretty standard. Dealing with teenagers who didn't want to be there, handling angry customers who thought their pizza should have arrived in 10 minutes during a Friday night rush, and trying to keep the place from falling apart while corporate kept cutting our labor hours. Normal restaurant stuff. But this place wasn't normal. I didn't notice anything at first, probably because I was too busy learning the ropes. Looking back though, there were always little things that didn't add up. I remember about 3 months into working there, I was closing alone on a Tuesday night. We closed at 10, and by 10:30, I had the place to myself. I was counting the register drawer when I distinctly heard the bathroom door open and close. The sound was unmistakable. It had this specific creaky hinge that maintenance never fixed despite my weekly notes. I froze, my heart racing because I knew I was alone. I had locked the front door. Nobody could have come in. I grabbed the pizza cutter, pathetic weapon I know, and slowly walked around the counter. Nobody was there. I checked the bathrooms. Empty. The back door was still locked from the inside. I told myself it was just the building settling or something, but deep down I knew what I'd heard. Things like that happened pretty regularly. Keys would disappear from where I'd just placed them, only to show up in completely different areas. The dough mixer would turn on by itself in the mornings. We'd close everything up at night, making sure all the chairs were pushed in, only to arrive in the morning to find 1 or 2 pulled out as if someone had been sitting there. My assistant managers and I would joke about our ghost staff, the employees who never clocked in but apparently helped themselves to our equipment. We laughed about it because what else could we do? If we admitted we were actually scared, we'd have to confront the reality that something seriously unexplainable was happening. The staff turnover was high, even for fast food. People would quit without notice, sometimes not even finishing their shifts. One delivery driver, guy named Keith, who'd been there for years, just walked out in the middle of a Saturday dinner rush and never came back. Left his car in the parking lot and everything. His roommate had to come get it the next day. When I called to see what happened, all he would say was, "You know why I left? I'm not coming back to that place." I had my own weird experiences, but I always brushed them off. The bathroom door thing happened at least once a week. Sometimes I'd feel cold spots in the kitchen that would make my arms break out in goosebumps, even when standing right next to the ovens. Once I was in the office doing paperwork and distinctly heard someone call my name from the kitchen, but when I went out, nobody was there. We had cameras, but they were the cheap kind that only recorded when there was movement, and they never seemed to catch anything unusual. I checked them after incidents a few times, but always found nothing. Eventually, I stopped looking. The worst incident, the one that still gives me chills, happened on a Thursday morning in November. It was my opening shift with Maya, one of our cooks. Maya was this quiet girl, maybe 19 or 20, who never complained and always showed up on time. She'd been with us about 6 months at that point and was one of our most reliable staff. It was around 6:30 in the morning. The mall was empty and the sun wasn't even up yet. We were the only two people in the building, both dressed in our all-black uniforms, hat, shirt, pants, and shoes, as required by corporate. Maya and I had this routine where she would stock the make line while I did the opening paperwork. Then we'd prep dough together. That morning I was throwing trash out the back door. We'd had a new trainee closing the night before who had forgotten to take out the garbage, so there were several bags that needed to go to the dumpster. The back door was just past the dishwasher and walk-in fridge. Maya was kneeling at the retarder doors. These are like mini fridges under the prep counter where we kept cheese and toppings, putting away product that had been delivered the day before. I had just tossed the second bag into the dumpster and was heading back in when Maya came running to me, her face completely drained of color. She grabbed my arm so hard I later found bruises. "Did you just walk to the dishwasher and back?" she asked, her voice shaking. I told her no, that I'd been outside the whole time taking out garbage. You could see the panic in her eyes and she started breathing really fast like she was about to hyperventilate. "What's wrong?" I asked her, trying to stay calm even though her fear was contagious. She could barely get the words out. "I saw someone while I was kneeling at the retarder. I saw a person in a black uniform walk from where you are now, go to the dishwasher, stop for a second, turn around and walk back this way. I thought it was you." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Maya, there's nobody else here, just us." "I know," she whispered. "That's what's freaking me out. I saw them clearly. All black uniform, just like ours. I thought it was you until I saw you come in from outside." We both went completely silent. The only sound was the humming of the refrigerators and the distant buzz of the neon open sign that I'd turned on earlier. I walked with her back into the main area and we searched the entire restaurant together. Bathrooms, walk-in, office, even checked under tables. Nothing. "Maybe it was a reflection," I suggested, not believing it myself. The lighting in that place was fluorescent and harsh, and sometimes it did create weird shadows. Maya just shook her head. "It wasn't a shadow. It walked. It stopped and turned around. Shadows don't do that." We were both badly shaken, but we couldn't just close the store. We had no valid reason to call the district manager, and what would we even say? "Sorry, we can't open because we saw a ghost." We'd be fired on the spot, so we stuck together for the rest of our shift, not letting each other out of sight. Maya refused to go near the back of the store alone after that. I didn't blame her. The rest of the day was tense but uneventful. I tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe someone had broken in and was hiding. Maybe it was a weird reflection. Maybe Maya was just exhausted and seeing things. But none of those explanations felt right. Maya quit 3 days later. Didn't even pick up her final paycheck. After that incident, things got worse. The bathroom door would open and close multiple times during my shifts. One night, all the chairs in the dining area were turned upside down when I came in to open, every single one, perfectly balanced on their backs. Another time, I found all the pizza cutters arranged in a perfect circle in the middle of the prep table, though I distinctly remembered putting them away in the drawer the night before. The breaking point came about 2 weeks after the incident with Maya. I was closing alone again. It was around 11 at night, and I was mopping the kitchen floor. I had my back to the walk-in fridge, focusing on getting a stubborn spot of sauce off the tile, when I felt it, this overwhelming sense that someone was standing right behind me. The air got cold, and I could feel the hairs on my neck stand up. I didn't want to turn around. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me not to look, but I did. There was nothing there, at least nothing I could see. But as I turned back to continue mopping, I caught a glimpse of something in my peripheral vision, a dark shape, about person-sized, disappearing around the corner toward the dishwasher. I dropped the mop and ran. I didn't even finish closing procedures. I just grabbed my keys and phone, ran out the front door, locked it, and sat in my car with the engine running for nearly 20 minutes before I could stop shaking enough to drive home. The next day, I called my district manager and quit. I made up some excuse about a family emergency requiring me to move. He didn't seem surprised. Managers rarely lasted more than a year at that location. It's been 3 years, and I still sometimes dream about that place. In my dreams, I'm always alone in the restaurant at night, and I always know there's something there with me, just out of sight. I've never gone back, not even as a customer. I drive past that strip mall sometimes and see the Pizza Hut still operating, still hiring, the help wanted sign permanently affixed to the window. I've thought about reaching out to Maya or other former employees to see if they experienced similar things, but part of me doesn't want confirmation. I'd rather believe there was some logical explanation I just never figured out. The alternative, that something not human was sharing that space with us, is too disturbing to accept. But I know what I saw. I know what Maya saw. And sometimes, when I'm home alone and hear an unexpected noise, I find myself frozen, afraid to look behind me, remembering the shape I glimpsed that final night, black as a shadow, but somehow more substantial, moving with purpose through a place it seemed to consider its own. Story 8. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. Growing up on our family farm in Willow Creek, I was taught to be practical. When you're responsible for animals and land, you can't afford to get caught up in fantasy. But something happened on our farm that I still can't explain, no matter how many times I turn it over in my mind. Our property is about 7.5 acres. It's not huge by farming standards, but it's plenty big enough for our little menagerie. Goats, chickens, turkeys, a few cats that come and go as they please, and our 2 dogs, Max and Bella. We used to have cows too, but Dad sold them a few years back when the dairy prices dropped. It's not just my immediate family here either. My Aunt Lydia, her husband Tom, and their 2 daughters live in the second house on the property, about 200 yards from our main farmhouse. I guess I should start with the first incident, even though I wasn't there to witness it. It was early May, around 6 in the evening. The sun was still up and Aunt Lydia was walking back from feeding the chickens. She'd just locked up the coop for the night and was passing by the goat pen when she heard it. A woman's voice, high-pitched and sing-songy, saying, hi goats, goaty, goaty, goaties." According to Aunt Lydia, she froze in place, thinking someone had come onto the property without her noticing. She looked around, expecting to see one of us, or maybe a neighbor who'd dropped by, but there was nobody there, just the goats, staring at her with those weird rectangular pupils. She checked around the pen, behind the feed shed, even climbed up on the fence to get a better view of the surrounding area. Nothing. Not a soul in sight. When she told us about it at dinner that night, we all had a good laugh. My brother Jake suggested she was working too hard and hearing things. My mom thought maybe it was someone's radio carrying from the road. I remember teasing her, saying, "Aunt Lydia's gone and found herself a ghost that likes our goats." We all dismissed it as one of those weird, unexplainable things that happen sometimes, until it happened again, this time to Jake. About 2 weeks later, Jake was out front where we keep the baby chicks in spring. He was changing their water when he heard a woman's voice calling, "Here, chickie, 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 chickies." He said it sounded like it was coming from just a few feet away, like someone was standing right beside him. He looked up, expecting to see one of us girls, but just like with Aunt Lydia, there was nobody there. Jake isn't the type to get spooked easily. He's 21, works construction, and prides himself on being the rational one in the family. But when he came inside that day, his face was pale. He asked if any of us had been outside near the chick pen in the last 10 minutes. We hadn't. Mom was baking in the kitchen, I was helping her, and my younger cousin Emma was napping on the couch. Dad and Uncle Tom were in town getting supplies, and Aunt Lydia was at work. "I swear someone was talking to those chickens," he said, his voice unnaturally quiet. "It sounded like a woman, like you, actually, Maggie." He was looking at me when he said it, and something cold slid down my spine. I hadn't left the kitchen in over an hour. We started joking that we had a farm ghost, some friendly spirit who liked to talk to the animals. I didn't think much about it. I hadn't heard anything myself, and it was easy to dismiss other people's experiences. Then, 3 weeks later, I heard her too. It was a Friday night, and my cousin Jess, she's 17, a year younger than me, and I were standing on the deck behind our house. It was late, probably around 11, and we were just looking at the stars and chatting about school stuff. It was one of those perfect summer nights, warm enough to be out in just a t-shirt, with a slight breeze that carried the smell of grass and the distant scent of the lilac bushes by the driveway. We were in the middle of a conversation about her crush at school when we both suddenly stopped and turned at the exact same moment. Someone was singing, a female voice, soft and a bit wavery, singing something that sounded like an old lullaby. I couldn't make out the words, but the melody was haunting. "Is that your mom?" Jess whispered, but even as she asked, I knew it wasn't. The voice was coming from the direction of the old oak tree near the property line, about 50 yards from where any of our family members were sleeping. "Maybe it's from the Hendersons," I suggested, referring to our nearest neighbors, though they lived a quarter-mile down the road and the voice sounded much closer than that. We both stood there, straining to hear better, when the singing abruptly stopped. The sudden silence felt heavier than the night air. "Let's go inside," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We practically ran back into the house, locking the door behind us. That night, lying in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong about that voice. It wasn't just that it had appeared out of nowhere, it was the way it sounded. Because despite what I'd told Jess to calm her down, I recognized something in that voice. It sounded like me. Not exactly like me, but similar enough that it made my skin crawl. I didn't mention this part to anyone at first. It seemed too weird, too unsettling, but a month later, I didn't have to. I was walking across the yard toward the barn where Mom and Aunt Lydia were milking the goats. It was early evening, the sun was just starting to set, and I was bringing them some lemonade. As I approached the barn door, I heard them talking inside. "Did you hear Maggie talking to the dogs just now?" Aunt Lydia asked my mom. "I thought that was her," Mom replied. "Sounded like she was calling them." When I stepped into the barn, both of them looked up at me with identical expressions of surprise. "Were you just outside calling the dogs?" Mom asked, a small crease forming between her eyebrows. "No," I said, setting down the lemonade on a hay bale. "I just walked straight here from the house. The dogs aren't even outside, they're napping in the living room." The three of us stared at each other for a long moment. Then Aunt Lydia gave a nervous laugh. "Well, I guess the acreage ghost is at it again," she said, but her attempt at humor fell flat, because now it wasn't just random voices, it was a voice that sounded like mine when I wasn't there. After that, things escalated. We started finding items moved around the farm, tools that would be in different places than where they were left, feed buckets turned upside down, gates that were closed the night before standing open in the morning. Nothing dangerous or malicious, just odd. One particularly unsettling incident happened when I was collecting eggs one morning. I was alone in the chicken coop, gathering eggs into my basket, when I heard soft footsteps behind me on the straw floor. I turned, expecting to see one of my cousins or my mom, but there was no one there. Just as I was about to turn back to my task, I heard a whisper right next to my ear. "Missed one." I dropped the basket, eggs breaking as they hit the ground, and ran out of the coop. When I finally got the courage to go back in with Jake later that day, we found an egg hidden in a corner I hadn't checked, exactly where the voice had seemed to be pointing me. We've had 5 people in our family now who've heard her: Aunt Lydia, Jake, Jess, my mom, and me. Always a female voice, always sounding similar to mine, always around the animals. My uncle, dad, and younger cousins haven't experienced anything, which adds another layer of strangeness to it all. What's most disturbing is that there are only 3 adult women on the property: me, Mom, and Aunt Lydia, plus my 2 little cousins who are 9 and 11. None of us have the kind of high, sing-songy voice that everyone describes hearing. And when people hear me talking outside, I'm always somewhere else, with witnesses who can confirm my location. We've started referring to her as the acreage ghost, trying to normalize the situation with humor. When something goes missing, we'll say, "Oh, the acreage ghost must have moved it." When we hear unexplainable sounds at night, we'll joke, "She's making her rounds." But the humor is just a thin veneer over our growing uneasiness. Last week, I was alone in the house. Everyone else had gone to town for groceries and supplies, but I'd stayed behind to finish a paper for school. I was sitting at the kitchen table, typing away on my laptop, when I heard the back door open and close. Footsteps crossed the mudroom floor, the distinctive sound of someone taking off boots and hanging up a jacket. "Hello?" I called out, thinking someone had come back early. No answer. I got up and went to check. The mudroom was empty. The back door was still locked from the inside, exactly as I'd left it after letting the dogs out earlier. But there, on the mat, were wet footprints, small like a woman's, that stopped abruptly in the middle of the floor. I stood there staring at those footprints as they slowly dried and disappeared, and I felt watched. Not in a threatening way, but like someone was curious about me, studying me. "Who are you?" I asked aloud, feeling both foolish and frightened. "What do you want?" No answer came, at least not in words. But as I stood there, the temperature in the mudroom dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath cloud in front of my face. It was August, nearly 90 degrees outside. I backed away, returning to the kitchen, and as I sat down at my laptop again, I heard it. That same voice, my voice but not my voice, humming softly from the mudroom, a tune I recognized from somewhere deep in my memory, a lullaby my grandmother used to sing to me before she passed away when I was 7. The dogs, who had been sleeping under the table, both raised their heads and stared toward the sound, ears perked forward, but neither barked or growled. They didn't seem afraid, just alert, as if a familiar person had entered the house. I haven't told my family about this last encounter. Somehow it feels more personal, more directed at me specifically. I've started doing research on the history of our property, trying to find out if anyone died here, particularly a young woman. So far, I haven't found anything conclusive. The strangest part is that I'm not exactly scared anymore. Unsettled, yes. Confused, definitely. But not terrified like I was at first. Because whoever this presence is, she doesn't seem to want to harm us or our animals. If anything, she seems to care for them, talking to them, singing to them. Sometimes when I'm alone with the goats or chickens, I find myself talking to her. "Are you here?" I'll ask. "Do you want to help me feed them today?" I never get a direct response, but occasionally I'll feel that same temperature drop or hear a soft humming just at the edge of hearing. I still don't know what to make of any of this. Is she a former owner of the property, a figment of our collective imagination, some kind of psychological phenomenon? Or is she really what we've jokingly been calling her, the acreage ghost? A young woman who, for whatever reason, has attached herself to our farm and our animals. All I know is that last night, as I was locking up the chicken coop, I distinctly heard someone beside me say, "Good night, chickies." And without thinking, I replied, "Good night." It was only as I was walking back to the house that I realized I'd been alone out there. Or at least I thought I was. Story 9. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to tell someone what happened to me last month. Maybe writing it down will help make sense of it, or at least stop the nightmares. I've always been the restless type, working a desk job in Pittsburgh that paid the bills but slowly crushed my spirit. By Friday afternoons, I'd be itching to get away from the concrete and noise. The mountains of West Virginia had always been my escape. I'd pack my old Ford F-150 with camping gear and disappear for the weekend, usually sticking to the marked trails in Monongahela National Forest. This particular weekend in mid-September was no different. I left work early on Friday, stopped for supplies at my usual outdoor store, and hit the road. The drive down was peaceful. Windows down, music playing, watching the buildings thin out and the trees take over. I had no specific destination in mind, just a general area I hadn't explored before. on the far eastern edge of the forest. I arrived around 6 in the evening, found a secluded spot to park off a Forest Service road, and set up camp. The weather was perfect. Crisp autumn air, clear skies packed with stars. I built a small fire, cooked some dinner on my portable stove, and enjoyed the silence. That first night was probably the last time I felt completely at ease. Morning came with a heavy mist hanging between the trees. After breakfast and coffee, I decided to hike deeper into the woods. I had my backpack with water, some energy bars, a first aid kit, and my phone, though reception was non-existent out there. The plan was to explore for a few hours and be back by mid-afternoon. About 2 miles in, I noticed something odd. A narrow dirt road cutting through the forest. It wasn't on any of my maps or GPS. It looked old and barely used, with weeds growing down the center, but it was definitely man-made. The strange thing was how straight it ran, like someone had drawn a ruler line through the woods. I stood there for a minute, feeling a weird sensation in my gut telling me to turn around and go back to my campsite. But I've never been good at listening to that inner voice. Instead, I thought, this might lead somewhere interesting, and started walking down it. The forest changed as I followed that road. I didn't notice it at first, but after about half an hour, I realized the trees were different, too uniform, too evenly spaced. They were all the same type of pine, all roughly the same height, all the same distance apart. It felt planned, almost artificial, but these trees were old. Some part of my brain tried to rationalize it as an old logging operation or some forest management project, but it didn't feel right. The air got heavier too. The birds that had been singing all morning went quiet. Even the wind seemed to die down, leaving this eerie stillness. I checked my phone. No signal, as expected, but the battery was draining unusually fast. It had been at 87% when I started, and now it was down to 43. I turned it off to conserve what was left. I almost turned back then. Almost. But about 100 yards ahead, I spotted what looked like a structure. Curiosity won out. It was a cabin, old weathered gray wood with a partially collapsed porch. The roof was still mostly intact, though sagging in places. No vehicles around, no footprints, no signs of recent use. Just this lonely cabin sitting in a small clearing with that unnaturally straight road leading right to it. I approached cautiously, calling out a few times to see if anyone was around. The silence that answered was almost a physical thing, pressing against my ears. The cabin door hung partially open, swinging slightly, though there wasn't any breeze. I don't know why I went inside. Something compelled me. Maybe it was just my stubborn curiosity, or maybe, I don't know, I just did. The interior was a single main room with what looked like a small bedroom off the back. Everything was in disarray. A table overturned, a couple of chairs knocked over, cookware scattered on the floor. But there was no dust. That's what struck me as wrong. In an abandoned cabin in the middle of nowhere, there should have been layers of dust, cobwebs, signs of animals taking shelter. But it was clean, as if someone had just been there. There were no personal belongings either. No clothes, no photos, nothing to indicate who might have lived there. Just furniture and kitchenware, like the place had been staged rather than lived in. The back room was small, just enough space for a bed frame with no mattress and a small dresser with empty drawers. But what caught my attention was a door, a small one, maybe 3 feet high, set into the wall about a foot off the ground. It was secured with a heavy padlock, rusted but intact. The door itself seemed newer than everything else in the cabin, the wood less weathered. I knelt down to examine it, and that's when I heard the footsteps. They came from outside, slow, deliberate steps on the wooden porch. Heavy steps like someone wearing boots. They weren't trying to be quiet. They stopped at the threshold of the front door. I froze, still kneeling by that small door, holding my breath. I waited for whoever it was to call out or come inside, but they didn't. The footsteps just stopped. 5 seconds passed. 10, 30, a minute. Nothing but silence. Then a creak from the porch, like someone shifting their weight. Another step. Another, but not coming in. Moving away. circling around the cabin. I could track their progress by the sounds of the old wood groaning under their weight. When I thought they were on the far side, I moved quietly to the window, trying to catch a glimpse of who was out there. But all I saw was the empty clearing and those two regular trees. The footsteps continued around, now approaching the back of the cabin where I was. I backed away from the window, heart pounding so hard I was sure it could be heard. The steps came to the wall right behind me, right where that small locked door was on the inside. They stopped. Something scraped against the exterior wall like fingernails on wood. That was it for me. I rushed out of the back room, through the main room, and out the front door. I didn't look back, just ran straight for the dirt road. I expected to hear pursuit, but there was nothing, just the sound of my own panicked breathing and footfalls on the hard-packed earth. I ran until my lungs burned, then slowed to a fast walk, constantly looking over my shoulder. Nothing followed me, at least nothing I could see. That's when I realized I was lost. The road looked the same in both directions, that impossibly straight line cutting through identical trees. I couldn't remember if I should be going left or right. My phone was nearly dead when I turned it back on, and the GPS couldn't get a signal. I picked a direction and walked, trying to stay calm. The shadows lengthened as afternoon crept toward evening, and I began to seriously worry about being stuck out there after dark. I picked up my pace. After what felt like hours but was probably less than one, the trees finally started to look more natural. Different sizes, different types, irregularly spaced. The road widened slightly and showed tire tracks. Relief washed over me when I spotted my truck exactly where I'd left it. I threw my backpack in the passenger seat, started the engine, and turned the truck around, ready to get the hell out of there. That's when I saw it in my rearview mirror, a figure standing in the middle of the road I'd just come from. It was tall and thin, wearing what looked like dark clothes, but something was off about its proportions. Its arms seemed too long, hanging down almost to its knees. I couldn't make out its face clearly, just hollow spaces where the eyes should have been. I hit the gas hard, spraying gravel as I tore out of there. The whole drive home, I kept checking my mirrors, convinced I was being followed. Every time I stopped for gas or food, I'd hurry, feeling exposed. When I got back to my apartment, I locked the door, closed all the blinds, and took the longest, hottest shower of my life, trying to wash away the feeling of being watched. Over the next few days, I researched everything I could about the area. I found nothing about any place called Cold Hollow or any abandoned cabins. But at a gas station near the forest, when I casually asked the old guy behind the counter if he knew about any unmarked roads in the area, his expression changed. "You mean the lost road?" he said. Not a question, a statement. He wouldn't say much more, just that locals knew to stay away from it. That some people who went looking for it never came back, that it wasn't on maps for a reason. It's been 3 weeks now. I've tried to put it behind me, to convince myself it was just an old cabin and my imagination got the better of me. But sometimes at night I hear footsteps outside my apartment door, slow, deliberate steps that stop right at the threshold. I've checked the hallway multiple times. There's never anyone there. And yesterday I found a small rusty key in my jacket pocket. A key I've never seen before, but somehow know would fit that padlock on the small door. I haven't been sleeping well. My phone keeps dying for no reason. And sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I see a tall, thin figure watching me from a distance. When I turn to look directly, it's gone. I don't know what I found out there or what found me, but I'm certain of one thing. Whatever was on that lost road, it followed me home. Story 10. I don't usually share personal experiences online, but after 3 months of barely sleeping, I need to get this off my chest. I've been a police officer in Clearwater for just over 10 years now. I always preferred the night shift. It was quieter, less paperwork, and honestly, I liked the solitude. My wife used to joke that I was part vampire. Now she doesn't joke about it anymore. Not since that night at Fairview. It was a Tuesday night, or technically Wednesday morning, around 2 a.m. I remember checking my watch before the call came in. The shift had been dead quiet, just a couple of drunk college kids I'd sent home in an Uber and a false alarm at the convenience store on Maple. The radio crackled to life with dispatch reporting a suspicious vehicle spotted at the abandoned Fairview Industrial Park. Fairview had been closed down for about 7 years. Used to be a manufacturing plant for auto parts before they moved operations overseas. The place had become a hotspot for teenagers looking for thrills, homeless people seeking shelter, and occasionally drug deals. Nothing too serious, but we had to check it out whenever someone reported activity there. Unit 4, responding, I said into the radio, already making a U-turn toward the industrial district. The night was unusually cold for Clearwater. I remember my breath fogging up as I rolled into the crumbling parking lot of Fairview. The security lights had long since stopped working, and the whole complex was just a mass of shadows against the night sky. My cruiser's headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating broken windows and graffiti-covered walls. That's when I spotted it. A sedan parked haphazardly near the main administration building. A dark blue Toyota, maybe 5 or 6 years old. No lights on, no visible occupants. I called in the plate number and waited for dispatch to run it. While waiting, I noticed something that made the hair on my arms stand up. There was a light flickering inside the admin building. Not steady like a flashlight, but erratic like a candle or maybe a malfunctioning electrical fixture. Just a faint glow coming from one of the second-floor windows. Dispatch came back with the vehicle info. Registered to a Sarah Winters, no outstanding warrants, registration current, nothing suspicious on paper. I'm going to check out the building, I told dispatch. Someone's inside. I grabbed my flashlight and approached the sedan first, empty, but the hood was still warm. Someone had arrived recently. The driver's door was unlocked, so I checked the interior. Nothing unusual except for a phone charger still plugged into the cigarette lighter and a half-empty water bottle in the cup holder. The main entrance to the admin building had been chained shut years ago, but someone had cut through it. The heavy doors creaked as I pushed them open, the sound echoing through the empty lobby. The place smelled of mildew and decay, that distinct odor of a building left to rot. "Police officer, anyone here?" My voice bounced off the walls, but no response came. My flashlight beam revealed a reception desk covered in dust and debris. An old directory sign with half the letters missing, and elevator doors sealed shut with layers of duct tape. The emergency stairwell door was propped open with a brick. I radioed my position to dispatch. "I'm entering the building, suspicious signs of entry. Request backup for area search." Dispatch confirmed backup was on the way, ETA 15 minutes. Not ideal, but not unusual for our understaffed department. As I climbed the stairs, I kept my hand near my holster. Something felt off about the whole situation. Why would someone break into an abandoned building in the middle of the night? The light I'd seen wasn't on the first floor, so I continued up to the second. The stairwell door to the second floor was partially open. The hallway stretched before me, a long corridor with offices on either side. Most of the doors had been removed or hung awkwardly from broken hinges. At the far end of the corridor, maybe 50 feet away, I could see that faint light flickering. "This is the police. Come out with your hands visible," I called out, my voice sounding smaller than I wanted it to. The flickering light didn't change, and no one responded. I started down the hallway, checking each room as I passed. Empty offices stripped of anything valuable long ago, just dust and scattered papers remaining. As I got closer to the light source, I realized it was coming from a small office at the very end of the hall. The door was closed, unlike the others, and light seeped out from underneath it. I approached cautiously, announced myself again, and when no response came, I turned the handle. The door swung open to reveal a small office, maybe 10 by 12 feet. The light I'd seen was coming from an old desk lamp sitting on the floor in the corner, its cord not plugged into anything I could see. The bulb flickered erratically, casting strange moving shadows across the walls. The room appeared empty at first glance. No people, no signs of recent occupation except for the lamp. I stepped inside, confused. That's when I heard it. A whisper so faint I almost missed it over the sound of my own breathing. "Help me." I spun around, gun drawn, before I even realized I'd reached for it. "Who's there? Show yourself." Nothing. The room remained empty, but I swear I saw a shadow move across the wall, not cast by me or the flickering lamp, but something else, something I couldn't see. My radio crackled to life, making me jump. Dispatcher's voice came through with strange static. "Unit 4, be advised. Witness reports individual seen entering your police cruiser." My stomach dropped. I'd left the cruiser unlocked with the keys in the ignition, a rookie mistake I hadn't made in years. I bolted from the office, running down the hallway and taking the stairs two at a time. The whole time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in that stairwell, that something was right behind me, breathing down my neck. I burst out of the building into the cold night air, my breath coming in visible puffs as I raced toward my cruiser. From a distance, I could see someone sitting in the driver's seat, a dark figure silhouetted against the glow of the dashboard lights. "Hey, police, get out of the vehicle!" I shouted, drawing my weapon again and approaching from the side. As I got closer, I could make out more details. The figure appeared to be wearing a police uniform, my uniform, the exact same as what I was wearing at that moment. I felt a cold sweat break out across my back despite the winter air. I reached the driver's side door and yanked it open, prepared to confront whoever was inside. The seat was empty, completely empty. I stood there, gun drawn, staring at the empty driver's seat while the engine idled. I distinctly remember turning the engine off when I arrived, but now it was running, the heater blasting warm air. I checked the back seat, the passenger seat, even looked underneath the car. Nothing. My hands were shaking as I got into the cruiser and called dispatch. "This is Unit 4. No sign of suspicious individuals inside the building or near the vehicle. The reported person in my cruiser. Can you describe who called that in?" The radio crackled with static for several seconds before dispatch responded. "Unit 4. No witness called that in. Repeat, we did not report anyone near your vehicle." I felt my blood turn to ice. "Dispatch, you just told me someone was seen entering my cruiser." "Negative, Unit 4. This is the first transmission since you reported entering the building." Before I could respond, a whisper came through the radio speaker, the same voice I'd heard in the office upstairs. "Help me." I nearly dropped the radio. The voice hadn't come through the channel. It had come directly from the speaker itself, as if someone was right there in the car with me. That's when I looked up at the rearview mirror. There was a face staring back at me from the back seat, pale, gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. It wasn't fully formed, more like a shadow given partial substance, but unmistakably a human face twisted in what looked like pain or anguish. I whipped around, drawing my weapon again, but the back seat was empty, just like before. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I tried to steady my breathing, tried to convince myself I was seeing things from stress or lack of sleep. But then a loud bang came from the trunk, like someone pounding their fist against it from the inside. I jumped out of the car, weapon drawn, and circled to the back. The banging continued, growing more frantic. Using my left hand, I hit the trunk release on my key fob and raised my gun, prepared for whatever might spring out. The trunk opened slowly, revealing nothing. Absolutely nothing, except my standard issue emergency kit and a couple of traffic cones. The banging stopped. I stood there in the parking lot, gun raised at an empty trunk, feeling like I was losing my mind. In the distance, I could see headlights approaching, my backup finally arriving. As they got closer, the overwhelming feeling of being watched began to fade. 2 patrol cars pulled in, Officers Mills and Rodriguez stepping out with puzzled expressions. "Morgan, everything okay?" Mills approached cautiously, noticing my drawn weapon. I holstered my gun, trying to appear more composed than I felt. "Yeah, just thought I heard something." They helped me search the entire complex, the building, the surrounding area, even the sedan. We found nothing unusual except for that unplugged desk lamp, which had stopped flickering and now appeared completely dead when Rodriguez tried to turn it on. The sedan belonged to a woman who showed up 20 minutes later, frantic and confused. Sarah Winters, just as the registration had indicated. She claimed she'd parked to answer an urgent phone call from her sister and had walked a short distance away to get better reception. When she returned, she found the police surrounding her car. She had no connection to the building and hadn't seen anyone else in the area. We filed a report for trespassing, but there wasn't much else to do. My fellow officers clearly thought I was overreacting to shadows in an old building. Maybe I was. I finished my shift and drove home as the sun was coming up, exhausted and questioning my own senses. But as I pulled into my driveway and shut off the engine, I heard it one last time. That whisper right beside my ear. "Help me." I jerked around, but of course no one was there, just an empty car. It's been 3 months since that night, and I've requested a transfer to day shift. My wife thinks it's so we can spend more evenings together, but the truth is, I can't handle the night anymore. Every dark corner hides a flicker of movement. Every radio transmission threatens to turn into that whisper, and every time I look in my rearview mirror, I brace myself for what might be staring back. The worst part? Sometimes when I'm driving my personal car and glance in the mirror, just for a split second, I don't see my own face looking back at me. I see that hollow-eyed figure wearing my uniform, and it's smiling now. Story 11. I'm not even sure where to start with all of this. I've never really shared these experiences publicly before, but I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating away at me for months now. Maybe someone out there has gone through something similar and can help me make sense of it all. For as long as I can remember, I've been drawn to the spiritual world. Not in a religious way at first, more like crystals, tarot cards, meditation, that sort of thing. I was always the friend who could feel things others couldn't. Like walking into a room and immediately knowing something bad had happened there, or meeting someone and just instinctively understanding their pain without them saying a word. My mom used to call me her sensitive one. She'd laugh it off, but I could tell it made her uncomfortable sometimes. By the time I hit my 20s, I was knee-deep in occult books, watching YouTube videos about opening your third eye and trying to learn astral projection. I was searching for something, though I wasn't sure what. Then things started getting weird. I'd wake up at exactly 3:15 every morning for weeks straight. I'd find objects moved around my apartment when I lived alone. Once, I distinctly remember setting my keys on the kitchen counter, taking a shower, and coming back to find them arranged in a perfect circle on my coffee table. I told myself I must have moved them and forgotten, but deep down, I knew I hadn't. The breaking point came about 2 years ago. I was going through a really rough patch. Lost my job, broke up with my boyfriend of 3 years, and my dog died all within the span of a month. I was in a dark place, spending days in bed, barely eating. One night, I was sobbing so hard I could barely breathe, curled up on my bathroom floor. Isn't that where we all end up when life falls apart? That's when I heard it, clear as day, right by my ear. "It's okay, you'll be okay." A gentle whisper that somehow cut through my crying. I froze. I was completely alone in my apartment. No TV on, no podcasts playing. Just silence, and then that voice. The weirdest part wasn't the voice itself, it was how I felt afterward. This overwhelming sense of peace washed over me, like being wrapped in the warmest blanket on the coldest day. I stopped crying immediately. I just sat there on the cold tile floor, feeling protected. After that night, I started looking into Christianity. I can't explain why exactly. I grew up in a pretty non-religious household, but something was pulling me in that direction. I started reading the Bible, watching sermons online, even went to a few church services alone. It felt right. For the first time in my life, things were making sense. I started praying regularly, and the craziest thing happened. My prayers were being answered, not in some magical winning the lottery way, but in real, tangible ways. I prayed for my mom's arthritis to improve before her big trip to Europe, and the next day she called saying she felt better than she had in months. I prayed for my friend to find a job after being unemployed for almost a year, and she got an offer the following week. I prayed for my own depression and anxiety to lift, and gradually it did. But there was this nagging feeling that wouldn't go away, this sense that I was meant to do more with whatever this connection was. I started having these vivid dreams where I was helping people, healing them somehow. I'd wake up with this urgent feeling, like I was supposed to be doing something important. I asked for guidance in my prayers. What am I supposed to do with this? Am I supposed to be using these abilities? But no clear answer came, just that same persistent feeling that I wasn't fulfilling my purpose. The problem was, I'd read enough about Christianity to worry that exploring these gifts might be dangerous. What if these weren't divine messages but something else? What if I was opening myself up to something dark? The fear of hell is real, folks, especially for someone new to faith, so I kept pushing it down. Ignoring the nudges, the dreams, the random knowing I'd get about people and situations. I tried to be a normal Christian, whatever that means. Just pray, go to church sometimes, be a good person. But it felt like wearing shoes that were too small, technically functional but painful with every step. After about a year of this internal struggle, I got frustrated. If God or whatever higher power was out there wanted me to use these gifts, why wouldn't they just tell me clearly? Why all this confusing, vague guidance? So I gave up. Not on believing. I couldn't do that even if I tried, but on the active practice. I stopped praying as much, stopped going to church, stopped reading spiritual texts. I told myself I was just taking a break to figure things out, but days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. I still felt connected to something, but it was like a radio that had been turned down to the lowest volume, present but barely perceptible. Life went on. I got a new job, made new friends, even started dating again. On the surface, things were good, normal even, but there was always this hollow feeling in my chest, this sense that I was ignoring something vital. Then, last month it happened. The thing that's got me here typing this out at 2 a.m. because I can't sleep, can't stop thinking about it. I was lying in bed, scrolling through social media before sleep. You know, the usual terrible sleep hygiene we all practice. I was completely awake, not even drowsy yet. My apartment was quiet, except for the hum of my air conditioner. That's when I heard it. A woman's voice right next to my ear whispering something. It wasn't muffled or distant. It was as clear as if someone was physically there, their lips nearly touching my ear. I understood what she said at first, but now, weirdly, I can't remember the exact words. It was like they were wiped from my memory the instant they were spoken. I jolted upright, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My room was empty. No one there. Just me, my rumpled sheets, and the blue glow of my phone illuminating my panic. "Stop," I said out loud, my voice shaking. "Just stop. Leave me alone." I wasn't even sure why I said it, or who I was talking to. It just came out, this desperate plea for whatever was happening to end, and then she answered me. "You're doing it again." The voice was different this time. Stern, almost maternal. Not frightening exactly, but authoritative, like a mother scolding a child who knows better. I scrambled out of bed so fast I knocked my water glass off my nightstand. I turned on every light in my apartment and sat on my couch until sunrise, afraid to go back to my bedroom, afraid to close my eyes. What did she mean? "You're doing it again." Doing what? Ignoring whatever this is, pushing away these experiences, denying some part of myself? I haven't heard the voice again since that night, but I can't stop thinking about it. It's like having a word on the tip of your tongue that you just can't remember. This constant nagging sensation that I'm missing something obvious. I've had too many unexplainable experiences to believe that when we die, it's just lights out, game over. There's something else out there. I've felt it, heard it, been comforted by it, but I'm terrified of what embracing that might mean. What if I open myself up to something I can't control? What if I'm being deceived by something pretending to be good? Or worse, what if I'm ignoring a genuine spiritual calling and there are consequences for that? The night after the voice incident, I had this dream where I was standing in a field with my hands stretched out and light was pouring from my palms. People were walking toward me, dozens of them, seeking something. I woke up with tears on my face and that same hollow ache in my chest. I tried talking to a few friends about it, but they either get uncomfortable or offer platitudes about stress and overactive imaginations. One suggested I see a therapist, which isn't a bad idea, but how do I explain to a mental health professional that I think I might have spiritual gifts I'm afraid to use? There was one weird moment last week that's got me even more confused. I was at the grocery store just doing my regular shopping when an older woman I'd never seen before stopped me in the produce section. She looked perfectly normal, not some stereotypical psychic type with flowing scarves or anything. Just a regular grandma type, picking out tomatoes. She touched my arm gently and said, "You know, dear, sometimes the greatest sin is burying what you've been given." Then she just smiled and walked away before I could even respond. I stood there holding a cucumber, completely stunned. Was it just a random comment? Did she mistake me for someone else? Or was it something more? I don't know, but it felt significant somehow. So here I am, stuck in this in-between place. I can't go back to not believing in anything spiritual. I've experienced too much, but I'm paralyzed with indecision about moving forward. Do I embrace whatever this is? Do I run from it? Do I seek help? And if so, from where? A church, a spiritual advisor, a therapist? The voice said I'm doing it again, and maybe she's right. Maybe I've been doing this dance my whole life, stepping towards something greater than myself, then backing away in fear, opening the door a crack, then slamming it shut when I glimpse what's on the other side. I haven't slept well since that night. Every time I start to drift off, I jerk awake, convinced someone's about to whisper in my ear again. My apartment feels different somehow, not threatening, just aware. Like the walls themselves are watching, waiting to see what I'll do next. Sometimes I catch myself talking out loud, asking for a clearer sign, something I can't possibly misinterpret. Just tell me what to do, I'll say to my empty living room. Just make it obvious. But maybe that's not how this works. Maybe the ambiguity is the point, a test of faith or courage or whatever. All I know is I can't keep pretending these things aren't happening. I can't keep ignoring whatever this is, whether it's a gift or a curse or something in between. That voice, that stern maternal tone saying you're doing it again. It felt like a warning, not of danger, but of wasted potential, of time running out. I'm posting this because I need to know if anyone else has experienced anything like this pull towards something you don't understand, these unexplainable moments that can't be rationalized away. How did you handle it? Did you embrace it, reject it, find some middle ground? Because right now, I feel like I'm standing at a crossroads, and whichever path I choose will define the rest of my life, and I'm terrified of making the wrong choice. Story 12. I never thought I'd be typing this out. I'm not someone who believes in supernatural stuff or spends time on forums reading about weird experiences. At least I wasn't before last month. Now I can't sleep without checking my windows 3 times and pushing my dresser against the bedroom door. I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. My buddy Tom and I have been friends since college. We both work these soul-crushing corporate jobs in Chicago now. Him in finance, me in marketing. The kind where you're answering emails at midnight and your boss texts you on Sundays. We'd been talking about getting away for months, just completely disconnecting somewhere without cell service or Wi-Fi. Tom found this cabin rental in a remote part of the Appalachians. It was dirt cheap for a week-long stay. Probably should have been our first red flag, but we were so desperate to escape the city that we jumped on it. The listing mentioned hiking trails, a nearby stream, and total seclusion. Perfect. We drove out on a Friday, my old Subaru packed with camping gear, food, and probably too much beer. The GPS took us along these increasingly narrow mountain roads until we hit this tiny town, if you could even call it that. Just a gas station, a small grocery, and maybe 20 houses, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone's business. We stopped to fill up the tank and grab some last-minute supplies. The gas station looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s, with this ancient attendant who must have been in his 80s. While Tom went inside to pay, I was checking the oil when this local guy approached me. He was maybe 60, wearing these worn overalls and a flannel shirt despite the warm weather. His face was weathered, deep lines around his eyes, and he had this intense stare that made me uncomfortable. "Y'all headed up to the Blackwood cabin?" he asked. I was surprised he knew where we were going. Yeah. How did you—" "Only one rental cabin that way," he said, nodding toward the road ahead. "Listen, where you boys are headed, the woods ain't right up there." I laughed nervously, thinking it was some local trying to mess with tourists. "What do you mean?" He didn't smile back. "Just don't go wandering after dark, and if you hear something calling your name, don't answer." Then he just walked away, heading to an old pickup across the lot. When Tom came back, I told him about it. He thought it was hilarious, just some local trying to spook the city boys with mountain superstitions. We laughed it off and continued driving, but I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. The cabin was another 30 minutes up winding, unmarked roads. The last 5 miles weren't even paved, just gravel and dirt that had my car bouncing all over. We finally found it as the sun was starting to set, a small wooden structure nestled among towering pines. It was more rustic than the photos showed, but it had a certain charm with its wraparound porch and stone chimney. That first night was actually perfect. We grilled steaks on the tiny charcoal grill, drank beers on the porch, and just talked about life. No phones, no interruptions. The forest around us was alive with normal sounds. Crickets chirping, an owl hooting somewhere in the distance, the wind rustling through the trees. We crashed around midnight, me taking the small bedroom and Tom on the pull-out couch in the main room. I woke up early the next morning, maybe around 6. The cabin was freezing despite it being August, and I immediately noticed something wrong. The silence. It was absolute, suffocating. No birds singing, no insects buzzing, not even the sound of wind, just nothing. I've never experienced silence like that before. It felt physical, like pressure against my eardrums. Tom was still asleep, so I decided to make coffee and check out our surroundings in daylight. The cabin was situated in a small clearing with dense forest on all sides. A narrow hiking trail led from the back of the property into the trees. According to the rental info, it connected to a larger trail system that went up the mountain. After 2 cups of coffee and Tom still snoring, I decided to explore a bit on my own. I left a note, grabbed a water bottle and my phone, useless for calls but good for photos, and headed down the trail. The silence continued, which was bizarre for a forest in summer. No squirrels, no birds, nothing scurrying in the underbrush, just my footsteps on the pine needles. The trail was well marked at first with these faded blue blazes on trees. The forest seemed normal enough. Tall pines, some oaks, typical Appalachian woodland, but the deeper I went, the more wrong things felt. The temperature dropped noticeably, maybe 10 degrees colder than at the cabin. The light changed too, becoming dimmer despite the clear sky visible through the canopy. About a mile in, I noticed the trees starting to change. The pines and oaks gave way to these massive, ancient-looking trees I couldn't identify. Their bark was almost black, with deep furrows like wrinkles in old skin. The branches twisted in unnatural ways, creating this canopy that blocked most of the sunlight. That's when I noticed the first marking, a crude circle carved into one of the black bark trees. It wasn't fresh. The edges were weathered, suggesting it had been there for years. A few yards further, another tree had a different symbol, jagged lines radiating outward like a child's drawing of the sun. I kept walking, suddenly aware of how quiet my footsteps had become, as if the ground was absorbing all sound. More symbols appeared on trees, crude depictions of eyes, spirals, things that looked almost like letters, but from no alphabet I recognized. They seemed to be watching me. I decided to turn back. The whole situation was giving me serious creeps. That's when I realized I couldn't find the blue blazes anymore. The trail had widened and then narrowed, split and rejoined, with no markings I could see. I tried retracing my steps, but nothing looked familiar. The black trees all looked identical, their carved symbols now seeming to mock my confusion. My heart started racing. I'm not usually someone who panics, but being lost in these woods felt different than normal lost. It felt intentional, like the forest itself had rearranged around me. I pulled out my phone to check the time, almost 11. I'd been walking for nearly 2 hours, much longer than I'd intended. I picked what seemed like the most likely direction back and started walking quickly. The symbols on the trees seemed more numerous now, and I couldn't shake the feeling they were different ones than I'd passed before. The forest had gotten darker too, the air colder, with a damp quality that made it feel hard to breathe. That's when I saw it, standing maybe 50 yards ahead on what passed for a path. A figure. At first I thought it was Tom coming to look for me, but immediately knew that was wrong. This thing was tall, impossibly tall, maybe 7 feet. It was unnaturally thin, like someone had stretched a person vertically. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched tight over a skeletal frame, but its face, God, its face. It had no eyes, just smooth indentations where eye sockets should be. Its mouth was the worst part, stretched in this grotesque grin that was literally from ear to ear, too wide for any human face. It didn't move, just stood there, its head tilted at this slight angle that made it look curious. I froze. Every instinct screamed to run, but I was paralyzed. We stared at each other, me and this eyeless thing, for what felt like minutes, but was probably seconds. Then it took one step forward, moving with this jerky, unnatural gait. That broke my trance. I turned and ran blindly, no longer caring about the path, just crashing through underbrush, branches whipping my face. I didn't look back, I just ran, my lungs burning until somehow, miraculously, I burst out of the tree line and saw the cabin about 100 yards away. Tom was on the porch, looking concerned. When he saw me running, he started toward me. "Dude, where the hell have you been? I've been calling for you for an hour." I couldn't speak, just grabbed him and pulled him toward the cabin, slamming and locking the door behind us. Between gasps, I told him what happened. He didn't believe me at first, thought I'd gotten spooked by a deer or some normal forest animal, but he could see I was genuinely terrified. "We need to leave," I said. "Now." Tom tried to calm me down, saying we couldn't just abandon our week-long rental because I got spooked in the woods. He suggested we both go back together to look for any signs of what I'd seen. Reluctantly, I agreed, safety in numbers and all that. The forest seemed more normal with Tom there. The birds had returned, the silence replaced by typical woodland sounds. We followed the trail with its clear blue blazes, the same ones I swore had disappeared earlier. No black trees, no symbols, nothing unusual. Tom was giving me these looks, like he was worried about my mental state. We hiked for an hour and found nothing weird, just a normal Appalachian forest. Tom suggested I'd had some kind of panic attack, gotten disoriented, and my mind had filled in the blanks with scary imagery. I almost believed him. Almost. But as we headed back to the cabin, the temperature dropped suddenly. The forest went silent again. Tom felt it too. I could see it in his face. Then we both heard it. A branch snapping somewhere behind us. We turned and saw nothing, but when we faced forward again, the trail ahead had changed. The trees were darker, the path narrower. "Do you believe me now?" I whispered. Tom nodded, his face pale. We walked faster, trying to find our way back. That's when we both saw it. The same figure I'd encountered earlier, standing motionless between 2 trees about 30 yards ahead. Tom cursed under his breath. The thing's head swiveled toward us with this mechanical precision, that grotesque smile widening even further. We ran. Somehow we found our way back to the cabin, bolting inside and barricading the door with the couch. The windows were next. We pulled all the curtains and pushed a bookshelf against the largest one. Tom was finally taking this seriously, no longer thinking I was just seeing things. "What the fuck was that?" he kept saying, pacing the small living room. "What the actual fuck?" I had no answers. We debated leaving immediately, but realized with horror that the sun was already setting. Neither of us wanted to navigate those mountain roads in the dark. potentially getting lost and ending up stranded in the woods with whatever that was. We decided to wait until dawn, then get the hell out. We took turns keeping watch, armed with the only weapons we could find, a fireplace poker and a large kitchen knife. The hours crawled by. Around 11, the noises started. First, it was just scratching, like branches against the cabin walls. We told ourselves it was just the wind, but there was no wind. Then came tapping on the windows, rhythmic and deliberate. Tap, 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 pause, tap, 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 moving from window to window around the cabin. At midnight exactly, I remember checking my watch. There was a knock at the door. 3 slow, deliberate knocks that made the wooden door vibrate in its frame. Then silence. Tom and I stared at each other, not daring to speak or move. The doorknob turned slowly. We had locked it, but the ancient mechanism began to give way. The door creaked open an inch, then 2, despite the couch we'd pushed against it. Cold air seeped in, carrying a musty, rotting smell. Through the crack, I could see it standing there, the eyeless, grinning figure from the forest. Its head was tilted at that impossible angle, its smile somehow wider than before. Behind it, more shapes emerged from the tree line. Similar figures, some taller, some more twisted and misshapen, all with that same stretched skin and eyeless faces. The door pushed open another inch. The couch legs scraped across the wooden floor as something much stronger than us pushed from the other side. One long skeletal finger curled around the edge of the door. We didn't wait to see more. We ran to the back of the cabin and climbed out the bathroom window, dropping into the cold night air. We sprinted to my car, fumbling with the keys as those things emerged from around the sides of the cabin. I've never driven so fast down a mountain road, headlights barely illuminating the sharp turns ahead. We didn't stop until we reached the highway, didn't speak about what happened until we were hours away. We left everything behind, clothes, equipment, food. None of it mattered. That was 3 weeks ago. Tom won't talk about it anymore, says he wants to forget it ever happened. But I can't forget. Because every night since we got back to Chicago, around midnight, I hear it, tap, tap, tap on my apartment windows. Last night I swear I saw a tall, thin shadow on my balcony, its head tilted at that unnatural angle. Something followed us home, and it's waiting to be let in. Story 13. I still can't sleep with the space under my bed empty. It's been 3 years now, and I've made sure there's absolutely no room for anything to hide underneath. Storage boxes, old suitcases, anything I can find. They all go under there, packed so tightly that not even a sheet of paper could slip between them. This all started back in 2019, during what should have been a normal spring cleaning day. I'd been putting it off for weeks, but my apartment had reached that tipping point where I couldn't ignore the clutter anymore. You know how it is. When you start finding dust bunnies the size of actual rabbits, it's probably time to clean. I'd spent the entire Saturday tackling every corner of my one-bedroom apartment. By late afternoon, I'd made it to my bedroom, which was always the worst part. I have this queen-sized bed that sits pretty low to the ground, maybe 8 inches of clearance underneath. Somehow, despite the limited space, it had become a black hole for everything I'd ever lost or forgotten about. I pulled everything out. Old journals from college, shoes I hadn't worn in years, a laptop bag with a broken strap that I kept meaning to fix, random chargers for devices I didn't even own anymore. The pile just kept growing. By 8 in the evening, I was completely exhausted. My back was killing me from bending over all day, and I still had this mountain of stuff to sort through. I decided to leave it for tomorrow. The pile sat there in the corner of my room, this monument to my procrastination. I remember thinking I'd just finish it in the morning when I had more energy. God, I wish I had just stayed up a little longer and finished the job. After a quick shower, I went through my usual nighttime routine, brushed my teeth, set my alarm, plugged in my phone next to my bed. Nothing out of the ordinary. I remember it was around 11:30 when I finally crawled into bed. I was so tired that I expected to fall asleep instantly, but for some reason I couldn't. As I was lying there, I got this weird feeling. It's hard to explain, but it felt like when you think someone's watching you. I've always been a bit sensitive to that kind of thing. Sometimes I'll feel presences in my apartment, especially at night. Nothing scary, just this awareness that I'm not alone. I usually brush it off as my imagination or the neighbors moving around in the apartment next door. The walls in my building are pretty thin, so when I felt it that night, I did what I always do, ignored it. I turned over, pulled my covers up higher and closed my eyes, willing myself to fall asleep. That's when it happened. I felt the mattress dip slightly behind me, like someone was slowly lying down next to me. Not a dramatic movement, just this subtle shift in weight. At first, I thought it was just the mattress settling, or maybe I was drifting off and my body was doing that falling sensation thing. But then I felt something brush against my leg. A hand. I could feel the fingers, not grabbing, just lightly touching the back of my calf through the blanket. I've never moved so fast in my life. I practically launched myself out of bed and slammed my hand against the light switch. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I was breathing like I'd just run a marathon. The room was empty, completely empty except for my mess in the corner. I checked behind the door, in my closet, even looked out into the hallway. Nothing, no one. I stood there for a minute, trying to calm myself down. I've always prided myself on being rational, not the type to get spooked easily. I told myself it was just my imagination, maybe a hypnagogic hallucination, those weird sensations you get when you're falling asleep. I'd read about those before. Still shaky but feeling a bit more in control, I sat down on the edge of my bed, feet planted firmly on the floor. I was going to take a few deep breaths, then either go back to sleep with the lights on, or maybe crash on the couch for the night. That's when it happened. A hand, a fucking human hand, shot out from under my bed and grabbed my ankle. The fingers were long and pale, the grip so tight I can still feel the bruises it left behind. It yanked hard, trying to pull me under. I screamed. God, I screamed so loud I'm surprised the whole building didn't wake up. I kicked and pulled away, the fingers scraping down my skin as I broke free. I scrambled backward onto my bed, pulling my knees up to my chest and pressing myself against the headboard. There was nothing under the bed. I could see the floor on the other side. Whatever had grabbed me wasn't there anymore. Or worse, it was somehow hiding in a space that shouldn't have been able to conceal anything. I was shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone, but I managed to text both my brother and my mom. My brother lives just 10 minutes away, and I just kept texting him over and over. Please come over. Please come over right now. Someone's in my apartment. I was crying uncontrollably, big ugly sobs that made it hard to breathe. I didn't take my eyes off the space under the bed, not for a second. I was terrified that if I looked away, whatever was under there would come out again. The 15 minutes it took my brother to arrive felt like hours. He used his key to get in. I'd given him one after I moved in, and I heard him calling my name from the living room. I shouted for him to come to the bedroom, but I didn't move. I couldn't move. When he came in and saw me huddled against my headboard, eyes red from crying, he immediately went into protective mode. He checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains, everywhere someone could hide. Of course, he found nothing, but he believed me when I told him what happened. He didn't dismiss it or tell me I was dreaming. He just said, "You're staying at my place tonight," and helped me pack an overnight bag. I refused to step on the floor near my bed. I literally crawled across the mattress to the far side and jumped to the doorway. My brother thought I was being excessive, but he didn't say anything. He just put his arm around me and led me out of the apartment. I spent 3 nights at his place. When I finally worked up the courage to go back to my apartment, the first thing I did was drag all my storage containers, suitcases, and boxes to my bedroom. I spent hours arranging them under my bed, making sure there wasn't a single inch of empty space. I even used duct tape to secure them in place so nothing could move them. For weeks after, I slept with every light in my apartment on. I'd wake up multiple times each night, convinced I could feel something touching me. Sometimes I'd still get that feeling of being watched, and I'd have to check under the bed, even though I knew nothing could fit under there anymore. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe I was half asleep and dreaming. Maybe it was some kind of stress-induced hallucination. But the bruises on my ankle were real. 5 distinct finger marks that took almost 2 weeks to fade completely. I've never told many people about this. It sounds too crazy. too much like a childhood nightmare. But I know what I felt. I know something reached out from under my bed and tried to pull me under. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't just the memory of what happened, it's the questions I can't answer. What would have happened if it had succeeded in pulling me under? Where would I have gone? Under my bed is just floor. There's nowhere to go. And why me? Was it random, or was there something about me that attracted it? I moved out of that apartment 6 months later. My new place has a platform bed with no space underneath. I still keep the lights on most nights, and I've developed this habit of jumping into bed from a few feet away just to be safe. I don't know what grabbed me that night. I don't know if it was something supernatural or if there's some rational explanation that I'm just not seeing. All I know is that I'm never leaving the space under my bed empty again. Never. Because whatever it was, I don't think it's gone. Sometimes, even in my new apartment, I still get that feeling of being watched. And sometimes, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can feel the mattress dip beside me. Story 14. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last month. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks, but I need to tell someone who might understand or at least not think I'm completely losing my mind. My grandmother passed away last year, leaving behind her Victorian home in Millfield, where she'd lived for over 40 years. The house has been in our family for generations. It originally belonged to my great-grandparents. None of us kids ever met our great-grandmother Eleanor. She died when my mom was just a little girl, but we all grew up looking through those old photo albums, the ones with the faded black and white pictures where everyone looks so serious. I'm the oldest of the cousins, 26 now, and I volunteered to help sort through Grandma's belongings since I live closest to Millfield. It's a massive house with 3 stories, creaky floorboards, and all those little nooks and hiding places that made it magical when we were kids. But being there alone, different story entirely. The first night I stayed over was about 3 weeks ago. I'd spent the whole day boxing up kitchen items and sorting through paperwork in Grandma's study. By 10 o'clock, I was exhausted. I made up the bed in what used to be my mom's childhood bedroom and fell asleep almost immediately. I woke up suddenly around 2 in the morning. At first, I couldn't figure out what had disturbed me. Then I heard it again, a soft thud from downstairs, like someone had bumped into a piece of furniture. My heart started racing immediately. I was supposed to be alone in this house. I sat up in bed, straining to listen. The house has always made noises, settling sounds, the pipes groaning, the usual old house stuff. But this was different. This sounded deliberate, like footsteps. I reached for my phone to call the police, but then hesitated. What if it was just the house? I'd feel stupid having cops show up for nothing. So I did what every person in a horror movie does, the thing you're screaming at the screen for them not to do. I decided to check it out. I grabbed my phone for the flashlight and the heaviest thing within reach, which happened to be an old hardcover copy of Jane Eyre from the bookshelf. Great protection, right? I crept down the hallway to the stairs, avoiding the spots I knew would creak. The staircase in Grandma's house is this massive wooden thing that curves down into the foyer. As I started down, I heard another sound, like someone sliding open a drawer in the living room. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped my makeshift weapon. At the bottom of the stairs, I paused. The living room was to my left, and I could see a faint glow coming from it. Not the harsh white of a flashlight, but something softer, like candlelight. I swear my heart was pounding so loud, I was certain whoever was in there could hear it. I peeked around the corner, expecting to see a burglar rifling through Grandma's antique silver collection. Instead, what I saw made my blood run cold. There was a woman standing by the mantelpiece, looking at the family photos arranged there. She was elderly, with her gray hair pulled back in a bun, wearing a high-necked dress that looked straight out of the early 1900s. The strangest part was that I could see through her, not completely, but enough that the family portrait on the wall was visible behind her outline. I didn't scream, I didn't run, I just stood there, paralyzed, because despite never having met her, I recognized her immediately from those old photo albums. It was Eleanor, my great-grandmother. She must have sensed me somehow because she turned slowly toward where I was standing. Her face wasn't scary or menacing, she just looked sad. Our eyes met, and I felt this incredible wave of emotion wash over me. Grief, longing, and something else I couldn't identify. I blinked, and when my eyes opened again, she was gone. The room was dark and empty. I ran back upstairs and locked myself in the bedroom, sitting up with all the lights on until dawn. I told myself I'd imagined it, that stress and exhaustion had caused me to hallucinate. I almost convinced myself too. The next morning, I called my cousin Ben. He's 21 and in college about an hour away. I asked if he could come help me with the house that weekend, making up some excuse about heavy furniture. I didn't mention what I'd seen. I mean, how do you casually bring that up? By the way, I saw our dead great-grandmother last night, no big deal. Ben arrived Friday evening. I was relieved not to be alone in the house, and we spent the evening sorting through more of Grandma's things. I purposely kept us busy until late, hoping we'd both be too tired for any nocturnal visitations. Around midnight, we finally called it quits. Ben took the guest room down the hall from where I was staying. I fell into an uneasy sleep, half expecting to be woken again. Instead, it was Ben who experienced it next. I woke up to him shaking me awake, his face pale and his hands trembling. "Amy, there's someone downstairs," he whispered. My stomach dropped. "What do you mean? Did you see someone?" He nodded, looking embarrassed but genuinely frightened. "I heard noises and went to check. There's an old lady in the living room. I thought I was dreaming at first, but Amy, I could see through her." I sat up, fully alert now. What did she look like? Old gray hair in a bun, wearing some kind of old-fashioned dress. She was looking at the photos on the mantel. He paused. "The weirdest part is that she seemed familiar somehow, but I can't place her." My hands went cold. "Ben, that's great-grandma Eleanor." "Who?" I sometimes forget that Ben wasn't as interested in the family history as I was. While I had spent hours going through those old photo albums with Grandma, Ben had always been more interested in playing video games during our visits. I got out of bed and went to the bookshelf where Grandma kept the family albums. I found the oldest one and flipped to a page I knew well, a formal portrait of Eleanor taken around 1920. I handed it to Ben. "Is this who you saw?" He stared at the photo, his face draining of what little color it had left. "That's her. That's exactly her. Who did you say she was?" "Our great-grandmother. She died before any of us were born." I hesitated, and I saw her too the other night. We stayed up the rest of the night comparing what we'd seen. His description matched mine exactly. Same appearance, same location in the living room, same sad expression. By morning, we'd convinced ourselves it had to be real. We weren't both hallucinating the same thing, were we? We finished up at the house that weekend without any further incidents. I told Ben not to mention what we'd seen to anyone else in the family, especially not to our cousin Kim, who's always been the practical, no-nonsense type. At 19, she's the youngest of us cousins and would definitely think we were making it up for attention. Then last week, everything got even weirder. Kim called me in a panic. Her family is moving to Seattle for her dad's job, and they were taking pictures of their house for the real estate listings. She sent me a photo of their dining room and asked if I saw anything strange. I almost dropped my phone. In the picture of their perfectly normal modern dining room were 3 transparent figures. A young boy around 12, a woman maybe in her 30s, and a man who looked to be in his 40s. They were all wearing clothes that looked Victorian era. The man in a waistcoat standing near where their refrigerator is, while the woman and boy appeared to be at the back door, looking in with these devastated expressions, like they were locked outside their own home. "Kim, what the hell is this?" I asked when I called her back. "I don't know, I was just taking pictures for the listing, and when I looked at them afterward, they were there. Mom and Dad can't see them. They think I edited the photo as a joke." Her voice was shaking. "Amy, am I going crazy?" "No," I said quietly. "You're not crazy. Ben and I saw something too at Grandma's house." I told her about our encounters with Eleanor's ghost. Kim was silent for so long I thought we'd lost connection. "The thing is," she finally said, "I recognize them, the people in my photo. I was looking through some really old family pictures in the attic last month, and I found one from the 1880s. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and it was Eleanor's first family before she married our great-grandfather. She had a husband and son who both died in a house fire while she was out visiting a friend. The house that burned down was on the exact property where our house is now. I felt sick. So the ghosts in your photo are Eleanor's first husband and son. I think they're trying to find her." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Eleanor appearing in her old house, looking at family photos, while across town, the family she lost was appearing in the place where they had died, unable to move on. Yesterday, I went back to Grandma's house alone. I don't know what possessed me to do it. I guess I thought maybe I could help somehow. I brought the photo Kim had taken and placed it on the mantelpiece next to the family portraits. I sat in the living room as darkness fell, waiting. Around midnight, I heard the now familiar sound of footsteps. Eleanor appeared by the fireplace just as before. This time, I didn't hide. "They're looking for you," I said softly, pointing to Kim's photo that I'd placed on the mantel. Eleanor turned toward the photo. I've never seen such raw emotion on anyone's face, even a ghost's. She reached out as if to touch it, her transparent fingers hovering over the images of her first husband and son. Then, something changed in the room. The air felt charged, like right before a lightning strike. A soft glow appeared near the entryway to the living room, gradually taking the shape of the man and boy from Kim's photograph. Eleanor made a sound, not quite a cry, more like a sigh of recognition and relief, so profound it hurt to hear it. The three ghosts stood looking at each other for what felt like an eternity. No words were exchanged that I could hear, but something was definitely communicated between them. Then, as if someone had flipped a switch, all three figures began to fade simultaneously, growing dimmer and dimmer until they disappeared completely. The house feels different now, peaceful somehow. I've been back twice since then, and there have been no more appearances, no more strange sounds in the night. Kim says their house feels different too. The real estate photographer came back for professional shots, and there are no ghostly figures in any of the pictures. I still don't understand what happened or why we were the ones to see them. Was it because we're blood relatives? Because the houses have connections to Eleanor's past? Or was it just random chance? All I know is that three cousins in two different houses all saw ghosts from our family's past. Ghosts that now seem to have found each other and moved on. None of us has told the rest of the family. They'd never believe us anyway. But sometimes when I look at those old family photos now, I swear Eleanor's expression seems different, happier somehow, like she finally found what she was looking for. Story 15. I still can't sleep with my bedroom door open. It's been 3 months since that night, but every creak in this house makes my heart skip a beat. I know I should probably be over it by now, but how do you just get over finding out someone had been living in your house, watching you for days without you knowing? It happened back in April when my parents were invited to some charity gala downtown. Mom had been excited about it for weeks, buying a new dress, getting her hair done, the whole thing. Dad was less thrilled about wearing a tux, but went along with it to make her happy. My little brother Jake was staying at his friend Tyler's house for the night, so I had the whole place to myself. I was actually looking forward to it. I'm 16, perfectly capable of staying home alone, but my parents are super protective. This was like a mini taste of freedom. It was pouring rain that night, one of those spring storms where the wind howls and tree branches scrape against the windows. Perfect horror movie weather, right? So, of course, brilliant me decided to watch The Strangers, that movie where people break into a couple's isolated home. Smart choice, Lily, real smart. Our house is in Lakeview Heights, which sounds fancy, but it's really just an older neighborhood with bigger yards. Our house is this 2-story colonial that's probably been standing since the 70s. It has all those charming old house features, creaky floorboards, doors that sometimes open by themselves because the house has settled, and weird noises that my dad always explains away as The pipes. I was about halfway through the movie when I heard it, a definite thump from upstairs, not like a house-settling noise, but more like someone had dropped something. I paused the movie and just listened, trying to convince myself it was nothing. "It's just the storm," I whispered to myself, but goosebumps were already spreading across my arms. After a minute of silence, I hit play again, but kept the volume lower. 10 minutes later, another noise, this time like footsteps crossing the floor above me, right over my head, right where my parents' bedroom is. I muted the TV completely. The footsteps stopped. My mouth went dry. I tried to think logically. Maybe it was the wind making something move around upstairs. Maybe a window was open and something had blown over. I decided I needed a distraction, so I went to the kitchen to make some popcorn. As I was waiting for the microwave, my phone buzzed with a text. Unknown number. "Do you know where your brother is right now?" My stomach dropped. I felt suddenly cold all over. I texted back immediately. "Who is this?" 3 dots appeared, disappeared. Then, "Answer the question, Lily." They knew my name. They knew about Jake. I called Tyler's house with shaking fingers, and his mom assured me Jake was fine. They were playing video games and having pizza. I hung up and texted the unknown number back. "He's at his friend's house." "Who is this?" No response. I abandoned the popcorn and went back to the living room, clutching my phone. That's when I noticed something that made me freeze in place. There was a thin line of light coming from under my parents' bedroom door upstairs. I could see it from the bottom of the staircase. I know for a fact the door was closed when my parents left and all the lights were off. I'd checked the whole house before settling in for my movie. My first instinct was to run out the front door, but something stopped me. What if I was just being paranoid? What if I'd somehow left a light on without realizing it? My parents would be home in a couple of hours, and I'd feel stupid if I called them in a panic over nothing. So I did the thing they tell you never to do in horror movies. I went upstairs to check. Each step creaked under my feet. The hallway at the top seemed longer and darker than usual. As I got closer to my parents' room, I swear I heard something. A raspy sound, like someone breathing or whispering. I was about 10 feet from the door when I saw something at the other end of the hallway that stopped me cold. A tall figure, just standing there in the shadows by the bathroom, not moving, just watching me. I didn't scream, I didn't freeze. Pure instinct took over, and I ran. Flew down those stairs faster than I ever have in my life. I could hear footsteps behind me, heavy and fast. I grabbed my phone from where I'd left it on the couch and ran to the kitchen. My hands were shaking so badly I messed up dialing 911 twice. On the 3rd try, I got through. 911, what's your emergency? The woman sounded so calm it was surreal. Someone's in my house, I whispered, ducking down behind the kitchen island. Please help me. She asked for my address, which I gave between panicked breaths. I could hear footsteps now, slow and deliberate, coming down the stairs. Officers are on their way, she said. Is there somewhere safe you can hide until they arrive? I looked around frantically and spotted our walk-in pantry. Yes, I whispered. Stay on the line with me, she instructed. I crawled into the pantry, pulling the door almost closed, leaving just a crack so I could see out. The kitchen was dimly lit by just the light over the stove. I tried to control my breathing, which sounded deafening to my own ears. Then I heard it, a voice, low and raspy. Lily. It was sing-song, playful almost. I know you're still here, Lily. I've been watching you for days. I know all your hiding spots. My blood turned to ice. Days? He'd been watching me for days? Footsteps entered the kitchen. Through the crack in the door, I could see a man's legs moving slowly around the island, checking under the table. The police are coming, I whispered into the phone. Stay hidden, the dispatcher replied quietly. They're 4 minutes out. 4 minutes felt like 4 years. The man was opening cupboards now, getting closer to the pantry. I just want to talk, Lily. Don't you want to know how long I've been living upstairs? Don't you want to know what I've seen? I pressed myself against the back wall of the pantry, behind shelves of canned goods. My whole body was trembling. I could hear him right outside the door now. "Found you," he whispered, and the pantry door swung open. In the dim light, I could make out his face, gaunt, with hollow eyes and several days' worth of stubble. He wore dark clothes that hung loose on his thin frame. His mouth stretched into a smile that made me want to vomit. But before he could reach for me, I heard the most beautiful sound in the world, the front door opening. "Lily, you still up, kiddo?" My dad. My dad was home early. The man's head whipped toward the sound, then back to me. He put one finger to his lips in a shh gesture, then backed out of the pantry. "Dad!" I screamed at the top of my lungs. "Dad, there's someone in the house!" Everything happened so fast after that. I heard a crash, shouting. I bolted from the pantry to see my dad and the intruder grappling in the living room. The man had a knife. Where did he get a knife? And was trying to slash at my dad. I didn't think, just acted. I grabbed the heaviest thing within reach, a cast-iron skillet from the stove, and swung it as hard as I could at the back of the man's head. It connected with a sickening thud, and he stumbled, giving my dad the opportunity to tackle him to the ground. Dad pinned him there until the police arrived just minutes later. As they handcuffed him and led him out, he looked directly at me with those hollow eyes. "I'll be back for you, Lily," he said, his voice eerily calm. "You're special. I chose this house because of you." I felt like I might pass out. An officer guided me to sit down while another talked to my dad. Mom arrived home shortly after, hysterical after getting Dad's text about what happened. The police searched the house and found evidence that the man had been living in our attic. He'd created a small nest of sorts with some of our missing blankets and pillows. There were empty food wrappers, water bottles, and most disturbing of all, a notebook with detailed observations about our family's routines. When we left, when we came home, what rooms we used at what times of day. There were pages about me. What time I showered, what I wore to school, conversations I'd had on the phone that I thought were private. He'd even taken things from my room, hair from my brush, a bracelet I thought I'd lost, and several photos from my desk. They found a small hole he'd drilled in my bedroom ceiling, hidden by a poster I'd hung up there. He'd been watching me sleep. The police said he'd been in our house for at least 5 days. 5 days, living right above us, coming down when we were out or asleep, learning our patterns. The night of the storm, he'd gotten bolder, venturing into my parents' room, maybe planning to finally make his move since I was alone. Dad had come home early because the gala was boring and he'd worried about me being alone in the storm. If he hadn't, I don't even want to think about what might have happened. They identified the man as Samuel Reeves, age 34, with a history of stalking charges and a recent release from a psychiatric facility. He'd apparently been watching our house for weeks before finding a way in through an attic vent that wasn't properly secured. It's been 3 months now. We've moved, installed a security system that would make the Pentagon jealous, and I'm in therapy twice a week. The police say Reeves will be locked up for a long time, but his words still echo in my head. "I'll be back for you, Lily." Every night I check under my bed, in my closet, and yes, in the attic. I keep my phone charged beside me and sleep with my bedroom door locked. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear breathing that isn't mine. The worst part isn't even the fear that he might somehow find me again. It's knowing that for 5 days someone was in our house watching us, learning about us, and we had no idea. How many times did I dance around my room thinking I was alone? How many private conversations did he overhear? How many nights did he stand over my bed while I slept? I don't think I'll ever feel completely safe again. Every creak, every shadow, every unexpected noise sends my heart racing, because now I know that sometimes the monsters aren't just in the movies. Sometimes they're right above your head, watching and waiting for the perfect moment to come down. Story 16. I've been driving trucks for almost 20 years now. You spend enough time on the road, you start to believe you've seen it all. Weird roadkill, crazy drivers, bizarre small towns that feel frozen in time. But what happened to me on Route 13 last month still makes my skin crawl whenever I think about it. I haven't told many people this story. Most would probably think I was making it up or that I fell asleep at the wheel. But I know what I saw. It was a Thursday night in late October. I was hauling a load of electronics from Chicago to Buffalo, running behind schedule because of some warehouse mix-up that cost me 3 hours. I decided to take Route 13 as a shortcut. It's this old highway that cuts through some really empty country, barely maintained but usually clear enough to make good time when you're trying to catch up on a deadline. The weather wasn't great. It had been drizzling on and off all day, and by nightfall a thick fog had settled over the road, the kind of fog that seems to swallow your headlights after about 20 feet. I had my high beams on, but they weren't doing much except reflecting the light back at me. The radio was cutting in and out between static, so I'd turned it off. Just me and the hum of my engine and the occasional swish of the wipers. I'd been driving for about 2 hours on Route 13 when I first saw him. It was around 11:30 at night, and I hadn't passed another vehicle for at least 45 minutes. The fog had thinned out a bit, just enough that I could see maybe 50 feet ahead, when my headlights caught something at the edge of the road. A man just standing there, thumb out. Now, I don't normally pick up hitchhikers. Company policy forbids it, and honestly, it's just not worth the risk these days. But something about this guy made me slow down. Maybe it was because we were literally in the middle of nowhere. The nearest town was at least 30 miles back. Maybe it was the way he was dressed. Jeans, flannel shirt, trucker cap. One of our own, I thought. As I slowed down, I got a better look at his face. Pale, drawn, with dark circles under his eyes. He looked exhausted, like he'd been walking for days. There was something else about him too, something not quite right that I couldn't put my finger on. But I chalked it up to the weird lighting and the fog. I pulled over about 20 feet ahead of him and watched in my side mirror as he walked toward my truck. His walk was odd, stiff almost, like every step was painful. I hit the button to roll down my passenger window, ready to ask where he was headed, but when I looked over, he wasn't there. I blinked, thinking maybe he was approaching from a different angle. I leaned across the cab to look out the passenger window. Nothing. I even opened my door and stepped down onto the asphalt, looking all around the truck. The road was empty, just fog and darkness in both directions. A cold feeling washed over me. I stood there for a good minute, listening. Not a sound except the idling of my engine and the distant hoot of an owl. I got back in my truck, locked the doors, and sat there gripping the steering wheel, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I imagined him? Was I more tired than I thought? I checked the time, 11:42. I'd been driving for about 14 hours total that day, with breaks of course, but still, fatigue plays tricks on your mind. I decided to find somewhere to stop, get some coffee, clear my head. According to my GPS, there was a truck stop about 15 miles ahead. I put the truck in gear and pulled back onto the empty highway, constantly checking my mirrors, half expecting to see the man again. The truck stop turned out to be a small, rundown place called Marge's Diner, with a couple of gas pumps out front. Only 2 other vehicles were in the parking lot, an old pickup and what looked like an employee's sedan. I parked my rig, took a deep breath, and headed inside. The diner was almost empty. Just an old man sitting at the counter nursing a cup of coffee and a waitress behind the register. The place had that timeless quality of roadside diners, like it could have been the 1970s or yesterday and nothing would have changed. Faded vinyl booths, linoleum floor with cracks showing its age, fluorescent lights that buzzed slightly overhead. The waitress looked up as the bell above the door jingled. She was in her late 40s, maybe early 50s, with tired eyes and hair pulled back in a no-nonsense ponytail. Her name tag read Beth. "Coffee?" she asked as I slid onto a stool at the counter 2 seats away from the old man. "Please," I said, realizing my hands were still shaking slightly. "And whatever pie you've got." She poured me a cup of coffee that looked strong enough to stand a spoon in. "Apple or cherry?" "Apple," I said, wrapping my hands around the mug to warm them. I hadn't realized how cold I was until that moment. As Beth went to get my pie, I glanced around the diner. There was a faded map on the wall behind the counter, showing the local highways. Route 13 cut through the region like an ugly scar. My eyes were drawn to a small dot along the highway labeled Sable Grove. It was right around where I'd seen the hitchhiker. Beth returned with a generous slice of pie. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, sliding the plate in front of me. I gave a nervous laugh. "Funny you should say that." I hesitated, then figured, what the hell? I think I might have, about 15 miles back, a hitchhiker who disappeared when I pulled over. The old man at the counter slowly put down his coffee cup. Beth and he exchanged a look that made my stomach tighten. "Where exactly?" the old man asked, his voice gravelly from what I guessed were decades of cigarettes. "I don't know exactly. Middle of nowhere, maybe near a place called—" I gestured toward the map. "Sable Grove? Is that a town?" Beth's face changed. She leaned against the counter, lowering her voice, even though we were the only ones in the place. "Was he wearing a flannel shirt, trucker cap? Kind of walks like he's hurt?" The pie suddenly tasted like sawdust in my mouth. I swallowed hard. "Yeah." "How did you know?" The old man turned fully toward me now. "You're not the first to see him. Not by a long shot." Beth poured herself a cup of coffee and came around to sit on the stool between me and the old man. "Sable Grove isn't really a town anymore, just some abandoned buildings. It started dying in the 60s when the interstate went through, and by the 80s, it was a ghost town." "But the hitchhiker," I pressed. "Who is he?" "His name was Frank Pearson," the old man said. "He was a trucker, like you. This was back in the fall of 1974. Beth nodded. "Frank was a regular here. My mom owned this place back then. I was just a kid, but I remember him. Always ordered the same thing: meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and 2 slices of apple pie." "What happened to him?" I asked, though I was starting to think I didn't want to know. "Bad fog like tonight," the old man continued. "He was hauling some kind of chemicals. Took Route 13 as a shortcut, just like you. About a mile past Sable Grove, his truck went off the road, crashed down a ravine where nobody could see it from the highway." Beth's eyes looked distant, remembering. 3 days. He was trapped in that cab for 3 days before someone spotted the wreckage. By then, she trailed off. "By then, it was too late," the old man finished. "They say he was still alive when they found him, but died before they could get him out, pinned under the dashboard, both legs crushed." I pushed my plate away, appetite gone. "And people see him now, hitchhiking?" "Only truckers," Beth said, "and only on foggy nights. He never speaks when someone stops, just walks toward the truck, then vanishes." "Some roads never forget," the old man said, almost to himself. "Is this some kind of joke?" I asked, feeling a surge of anger. "Did someone put you up to this?" Beth shook her head. "No joke. I've heard this story from at least 24 drivers over the years. Always the same description, always the same spot." "You should avoid Route 13 from now on," the old man advised. "Take the interstate. It's longer, but safer." "I don't believe in ghosts," I said, but my voice lacked conviction. Beth gave a small, sad smile. "Doesn't matter if you believe in them. They believe in you." I paid for my coffee and pie, left a generous tip, and hurried back to my truck. The fog had gotten thicker while I was inside and now wrapped around the parking lot like a living thing. I climbed into my cab, locked the doors, and sat there for a long moment. Part of me wanted to dismiss the whole thing, the hitchhiker, the story, all of it. Just road fatigue and an overactive imagination, fueled by a couple of locals who probably told the same ghost story to every out-of-towner who stopped by. But another part of me, a deeper part, knew what I'd seen was real. I started up my truck and pulled back onto Route 13, determined to finish my route. But I couldn't stop checking my mirrors, scanning the roadside. Every shadow looked like a man. Every movement in the fog made my heart skip a beat. About 5 miles down the road, my headlights illuminated a sign: Sable Grove, 1 mile. The sign was old, weathered, tilting slightly to one side. I slowed down as I approached where the town should be, half expecting to see buildings, but there was nothing visible from the road, just darkness and trees. And then I saw him again, same spot as before, same stance, same clothes, standing at the edge of the road with his thumb out. This time, though, I knew I wasn't stopping. I pressed down on the accelerator, eyes fixed on the road ahead. As I passed him, I glanced in my side mirror. He was staring directly at me, and even through the fog and darkness, I could see his eyes, empty, hollow things. Then he turned and started walking into the woods, disappearing into the trees like he was fading into another world. I drove the rest of the night with the radio blasting, windows cracked despite the cold, anything to keep myself alert and distracted. When I finally reached Buffalo the next morning, I told my dispatcher I was taking a different route back. When he asked why, I couldn't bring myself to explain. It's been a month now. I've avoided Route 13 like the plague, adding hours to my trips instead of taking that shortcut. Sometimes I think about Frank Pearson, trapped in his cab for those 3 days, slowly dying, and how his spirit is still out there, trying to flag down other truckers. Maybe he's looking for help. Maybe he's trying to warn us about something. Or maybe, and this is the thought that keeps me up at night, maybe he's looking for someone to take his place so he can finally move on. I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I know what I saw on Route 13, and I know I'm never driving that road again. Story 17. I've been debating whether to share this for months. It sounds crazy when I say it out loud, but I swear everything I'm about to tell you actually happened. I'm still living through it. My family is still living through it. And honestly, I don't know what to do anymore. It all started about a month after my grandfather died. I was 17 at the time, and my parents had gone out for the evening to some work function for my dad. I was alone in our house in Pinewood. Well, not completely alone. I had Max, our German shepherd, keeping me company. The house was quiet except for the TV. I was just chilling on the couch, scrolling through my phone, when Max suddenly sat up. His ears perked forward, and he started staring down the hallway toward the front door. At first, I didn't think much of it, probably a squirrel or something outside. But then Max started barking. Not his normal "someone's at the door" bark, but this frantic, high-pitched bark I'd never heard from him before. He jumped off the couch and stood rigid at the entrance to the hallway, hackles raised, still barking like crazy. "Max, what is it?" I asked, muting the TV. That's when I heard it. The front door lock was rattling, not like someone trying to unlock it from the outside, but like someone was jiggling the deadbolt back and forth from the inside. It went on for maybe 20 seconds, this metallic rattling sound that made my blood run cold. I froze. My parents weren't due home for hours. Nobody else had keys. I was supposed to be alone. Max was going absolutely ballistic now, but he wouldn't go down the hallway. He just stood there barking, like he was afraid to get any closer to whatever was making that noise. Then the rattling stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. Max quieted down to a low growl, still staring intently down the hall. That's when I heard the footsteps upstairs. 3 distinct steps. Thump, creak, thump, like someone heavy was walking across the floor above me. Our house has these old wooden floors that always announce when someone's moving around, and I know exactly what they sound like when someone's walking on them. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Someone was in our house. Had to be. I grabbed my phone ready to call 911, but then I started thinking, what if they came downstairs while I was on the phone? I needed to know where they were. I grabbed a baseball bat from my room and checked the security app on my phone. We have cameras outside, and they showed nothing. No cars in the driveway besides mine, no one approaching the house. But those sounds were real. Max heard them too. I crept to the front door, Max reluctantly following behind me, still growling softly. The deadbolt was locked. Nothing seemed disturbed. Our front door has a glass storm door in front of it, which was also locked. For someone to have rattled the lock, they would have had to get past the storm door first, which I would have heard opening and closing. Whatever had jiggled that lock was already inside the house. I went through every room downstairs, kitchen, living room, dining room, my bedroom, the bathroom. Nothing out of place, no one hiding anywhere. The basement door was still locked from the inside. The only place left to check was upstairs, where I'd heard those footsteps. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, listening. Silence. Max refused to go up with me. He just sat at the bottom step, whining. I climbed the stairs as quietly as I could, bat gripped tight in my sweaty hands. Each step seemed to take an eternity. At the top, I flipped on every light switch I could reach and checked all 3 bedrooms and the bathroom. Empty, windows locked, nothing disturbed. I searched the entire house twice more. Checked closets, under beds, behind shower curtains. Nothing. No one. When my parents got home, I told them everything. They didn't dismiss me outright, but I could tell they thought I was exaggerating. Dad checked the locks again and assured me they were secure. Mom suggested Max might have heard an animal outside. I didn't push it. I knew what I'd heard, but I had no proof. For a while, nothing else happened. Life went back to normal, and I started to wonder if maybe I had imagined it all. Stress from losing my grandfather, maybe. We were close, and his death had hit me hard. Then about 3 months later, my dad mentioned at breakfast that he'd been hearing footsteps upstairs at night. This was significant because my dad is the most rational, level-headed person I know. He doesn't get spooked easily. It's probably just the house settling, my mom said, but I could tell she was uneasy. For 4 nights in a row, Dad replied, and it's not just footsteps. I heard talking last night, faint, like a whisper, but definitely talking. My stomach dropped. Did you go check? I asked. Of course, nothing there, but I know what I heard. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what my dad had said, about the lock rattling months earlier. Around 3 in the morning, I got up to get some water. Our kitchen opens to the living room, which was pitch black. As I reached for the light switch, I saw it, a figure standing in the darkest corner of the living room, impossibly tall. It had to be at least 8 feet, its head almost touching our ceiling. It was just a shadow, darker than the darkness around it, but I could make out the vague shape of shoulders, a head, no features, just this tall, thin silhouette. I froze, unable to scream, unable to move. It didn't move either, just stood there, as if watching me. I don't know how long we stayed like that, probably only seconds, but it felt like hours. Then I finally found the light switch and flipped it on. Nothing there. The corner was empty. I ran back to my room and didn't come out until morning. I didn't tell my parents. What would I say? That I saw a shadow person in our living room? They'd think I was losing it. But then the disappearances started, small things at first. A bar of soap from the bathroom, a screwdriver from my dad's toolbox, one of my mom's knitting needles. We all just assumed we'd misplaced them. Happens in every house, right? Except the items would reappear weeks later in completely bizarre locations. The soap showed up in my sock drawer. The screwdriver was standing upright in one of our houseplants. Mom's knitting needle was found inside the piano bench, and none of us play piano. Someone's messing with us, Dad said one night after finding his missing watch in the freezer. This isn't funny anymore, but we all knew no one was breaking in. Our security cameras would have caught someone, and some of the places these items were found. There's no way someone could have placed them there without us noticing. Last month, a full ball of yarn disappeared from my mom's craft room. We found it 2 weeks later, completely unraveled, with the string running through every room in the house, under furniture, behind picture frames, through the slats in the banister. It would have taken hours to set up. We were home the entire time, and none of us did it. The footsteps upstairs have become a regular occurrence now. Sometimes they're just those 3 steps, thump, creak, thump, repeating over and over. Other times it sounds like someone pacing back and forth for hours. Max won't go upstairs anymore. He barks at empty corners of rooms. Sometimes he'll just stare at a specific spot on the wall, growling low in his throat. 2 weeks ago, I woke up to find all the kitchen cabinets and drawers open. Every single one. No one in my family admitted to doing it. The next night, same thing, except it was every door in the house. Bedroom doors, bathroom door, closets, everything standing open when we woke up. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it's my grandfather trying to communicate somehow. The timing fits. This all started about a month after he died, but nothing about this feels like my grandfather. He was warm, loving. This feels malicious, like something's toying with us, playing games. Last week, my mom was in the shower when she felt someone tap her on the shoulder. She turned around, but no one was there. The bathroom door was still locked from the inside. Dad found his glasses balanced on top of the ceiling fan in the living room. They'd been missing for days, and the fan is at least 10 feet off the ground. None of us could have reached it without a ladder. I've started sleeping with my light on. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone's standing at the foot of my bed, watching me. I never see anything when I open my eyes, but the feeling is so strong, it makes me nauseous. Yesterday, I came home from school to find a message written in the condensation on my bathroom mirror. Hello. I was the first one home. No one else had been in the house. We've talked about moving, but my dad's job has us tied to this area, and the housing market is terrible right now. Plus, there's this unspoken fear. What if it follows us? I've started researching this stuff online. Some people say it could be a poltergeist. Others say it might be some kind of entity that attached itself to our family after my grandfather died. I don't know what to believe. All I know is that something is in our house, and it's getting bolder. The sounds are louder, the tricks are more elaborate. And that tall figure, I've seen it twice more since that night in the living room, always in the dark, always still, always watching. Last night was the worst yet. I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep despite the footsteps overhead when my door slowly opened, just an inch or two. Max, who was on my bed, went rigid, staring at the door and growling. I could feel cold air flowing in from the hallway. Then 3 fingers, long, thin, grayish fingers, curled around the edge of my door. Not human fingers. They were too long, too bent. The knuckles were all wrong. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even close my eyes. The fingers stayed there, gripping my door for what felt like forever. Then slowly, they slid away, and my door closed again. I didn't sleep at all. I'm writing this now as the sun comes up. My parents don't believe me about the fingers. They think I had a nightmare. But Max saw it too. He wouldn't leave my side all night. I don't know what's happening in my house. I don't know what this thing wants. All I know is that it's real. It's here. And I don't think it's leaving anytime soon. Story 18. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. Whenever friends would share their paranormal experiences, I'd nod along but secretly think they were either exaggerating or their minds were playing tricks on them. That all changed last year, and I still struggle to explain what happened in my grandma's old room. For context, my grandmother lived with us for the last 5 years of her life. She had COPD and needed round-the-clock care, which my mom and I provided. We converted our spare bedroom downstairs into her room, complete with a hospital bed and all her medical equipment. It was right across from the bathroom, with a view of our backyard through a big window. When my grandma passed away, it was both expected and devastating. She went peacefully in her sleep, right there in that room. The hospice nurse came, then the funeral home people. After everything was done, we closed the door to her room and kind of left it. We couldn't bring ourselves to clean it out right away. Her clothes were still in the dresser, her favorite blanket still folded at the foot of the bed, and her reading glasses still on the nightstand. The room started to develop this weird smell, not like death or anything that dramatic, just musty and stale, like when you leave laundry in the washing machine too long. We'd open the windows occasionally to air it out, but we always kept the door firmly shut. It was too painful to deal with, so we just didn't. This went on for about 7 months. The room became this forbidden zone in our house. My dog Baxter, a usually curious beagle mix, never showed any interest in going in there. He'd actually avoid that side of the hallway altogether, which I found a bit strange but didn't think too much about. Then came that day in March. I was home alone, except for Baxter. Mom was at the grocery store, and I decided to take a shower. It was around 2 in the afternoon, just a normal Tuesday. Nothing unusual about the day at all. I was in the middle of washing my hair when Baxter started barking. Not his usual "someone's at the door" bark, but this frantic, high-pitched yelping I'd never heard from him before. It sent immediate chills down my spine, even with the hot water running over me. I quickly rinsed off, wrapped a towel around myself, and stepped out of the bathroom. "Baxter!" I called out, water still dripping down my back. He was standing at the end of the hallway, facing my grandma's room, hackles raised, still making that awful sound. When I looked past him, my heart practically stopped. The door to my grandma's room was wide open, not just cracked open, fully, completely open, like someone had flung it against the wall. I stood frozen, water pooling around my feet on the hardwood floor. I knew that door had been closed. I'd walked past it on my way to the bathroom not 20 minutes earlier. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Is someone there?" No response, just Baxter's continued barking. I briefly considered running outside in just my towel, but instead I inched forward toward the open door. Baxter refused to follow me, backing away when I tried to coax him along. From the hallway I could see into the room. Nothing seemed disturbed. The bed was still made with my grandma's quilt. Her slippers were still positioned neatly beside it. The curtains were drawn, leaving the room in shadow despite the afternoon sun outside. I reached around the door frame and flipped on the light switch. The overhead light flickered twice before steadying. Everything looked exactly as we'd left it months ago, down to the half-empty glass of water on the nightstand that no one had had the heart to remove. But the door, that heavy wooden door that always stayed shut, was wide open. I checked the windows, all locked from the inside. The closet was untouched. Nothing was missing. Nothing was moved. Yet somehow, that door had opened. I backed out, heart pounding, and closed it firmly. I even turned the old-fashioned key in the lock, something we'd never done before. Then I rushed to get dressed, calling my mom to come home early without explaining why. I didn't want to sound crazy. When she arrived about half an hour later, I told her what happened. She looked concerned, but not frightened. "Maybe the latch didn't catch properly last time someone opened it," she suggested. "Or maybe the house settled and the door swung open." I wanted to believe her, I really did. But that door had been closed for months without incident. Why today? Why when I was in the shower, vulnerable and alone? We tried to move on with our day. Mom made dinner, we watched some TV, and everything seemed normal again until about 9:30 that night. We were both in the living room. Mom was reading, and I was scrolling through my phone when we heard it. "Carol, Carol, I need you." My mom's name is Carol, and that voice, that weak, raspy voice calling for her, was unmistakably my grandmother's. Mom's book dropped to the floor. We stared at each other, both hearing the same thing. It wasn't coming from outside or from another room. It sounded like it was right between us, as clear as if she was sitting there on the couch. "Did you?" I started to ask. Mom nodded, her face drained of color. "I heard it. The thing is, during my grandma's final months, we had become accustomed to that exact call. Carol, Carol, I need you." It was how she'd summon my mom when she needed help with something. We'd heard it hundreds of times while she was alive, but now she was gone, had been gone for over half a year. Neither of us slept that night. We kept all the lights on and stayed in the living room, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. Baxter refused to leave our sides, whimpering occasionally for no apparent reason. The next morning, exhausted and emotional, we made a decision. It was time to clean out the room. Maybe my grandma was trying to tell us something. Maybe she couldn't rest because we had kept her room like a shrine. We spent the entire day sorting through her belongings. Clothes went into donation bags. Personal items were carefully packed into keepsake boxes. We stripped the bed, washed the linens, and aired out the mattress. We vacuumed, dusted, and scrubbed until the room smelled of cleaning products instead of that lingering musty odor. By evening, it looked like a regular guest room again. The only thing we kept in its original place was a small photo of my grandma in her younger days, smiling at a family picnic. We placed it on the dresser as a small tribute. That night, we didn't hear the voice. In fact, the house felt peaceful for the first time in months. We thought that was the end of it. Then COVID hit, and everything changed again. With lockdowns in place and me working remotely, I needed a proper workspace. The dining table wasn't cutting it, so I decided to move into the former guest room, my grandma's old room. At first it was fine. I set up a desk by the window, moved in my computer and books, and even redecorated a bit to make it feel like my space. For a few weeks, everything was normal. Then the sensations began. It started with just a feeling of being watched. I'd be working at my desk, completely focused, when suddenly I'd get this overwhelming urge to turn around, certain someone was standing behind me. Of course, no one ever was. Then came the physical symptoms. I'd be lying in bed at night, in the exact spot where my grandma's hospital bed had been positioned, and suddenly I'd start sweating profusely. My heart would race for no reason. I'd get chills despite being under blankets. Sometimes I'd find myself gasping for air, like I couldn't get enough oxygen into my lungs. If that sounds familiar, it's because those were all symptoms my grandma experienced with her COPD. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was developing anxiety due to the pandemic. Maybe the stress of everything was manifesting physically. Maybe I was just hypersensitive because I knew what had happened in that room. But then things started happening that couldn't be explained away so easily. One night I woke up at exactly 3:17 in the morning. I know because I checked my phone immediately, disoriented by what had awakened me. It was the sound of labored breathing, not mine, but the distinct wheeze and gasp pattern my grandmother had in her final weeks. The sound wasn't coming from somewhere else in the house. It was right next to my ear, as if someone was lying beside me, struggling for each breath. I turned on my lamp so fast I nearly knocked it over. The room was empty, but the breathing continued for about 10 more seconds before fading away. Another time, I was working at my desk when my laptop suddenly shut down. When I tried to restart it, it wouldn't turn on. I checked the power cord, the outlet, everything. Nothing worked. Frustrated, I left to get some water. When I returned 5 minutes later, the laptop was on again, open to a folder of family photos I hadn't accessed in months. The one displayed on screen was a picture of my grandmother. The most disturbing incident happened about 3 weeks after I moved in. I was half asleep, drifting off while scrolling on my phone, when I felt the mattress depress on the other side like someone sitting down. I froze, too terrified to look. Then I felt a hand, I swear I felt it, cool and papery, stroke my hair once, gently, from crown to nape. I leapt out of bed and didn't return to that room for 3 days, sleeping on the couch instead. When I finally worked up the courage to tell my mom what was happening, she admitted she'd been experiencing things too. Items moved in the kitchen, always my grandma's favorite mug or spoon, the scent of her perfume appearing suddenly in empty rooms, the TV turning to her favorite game show without anyone touching the remote. We considered moving, but with the pandemic in full swing, that wasn't really an option. So we did the next best thing. We acknowledged her. We started talking to her out loud. "Good morning, Grandma," when we entered rooms. "We miss you," before bed. We put fresh flowers next to her photo every week. We even played her favorite music occasionally. It didn't stop the occurrences entirely, but they changed in nature. The frightening nighttime breathing stopped. The feeling of being watched became less threatening, more like being looked after. I still sleep in that room. I still sometimes wake up with unexplained chills or racing heart. Sometimes my dog still refuses to enter unless I'm already inside. But I've made my peace with whatever or whoever remains there with me. Last week, I was having a particularly rough day. Work stress, pandemic anxiety, everything piling up. I was lying on my bed crying when I distinctly felt the mattress sink beside me and a pressure on my shoulder like a comforting hand. I should have been terrified. Instead, I felt calm wash over me. I don't know if my grandmother is still here, stuck between worlds, or if this is all in my head. I can't explain the door that opened by itself, the voice we both heard, or the physical sensations I continue to experience. Science would say it's all psychological, brought on by grief and suggestion. But sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet and that familiar wheeze fills the darkness, I'm certain of one thing: I'm not alone in this room. Story 19. I still can't shake what happened that night at my sister's house. It's been 4 years, and I've tried to explain it away countless times, but I can't. What I saw was real. I know it was. This happened back in 2019 when my sister Vanessa had just bought her first house in Westbrook. She was so proud of it, a cute two-story with these creaky wooden floors that she swore added character. I offered to help her move in and get settled, and since the house had a decent guest room, I decided to stay overnight. I invited my friend Anna to join me since Vanessa was cool with it. And honestly, I thought it would be more fun to have someone else there while Vanessa was busy organizing everything. The guest room wasn't huge, just a square-shaped room with plain beige walls. There was a single bed with a trundle bed that pulled out underneath. Perfect for our situation. I took the main bed, and Anna got the trundle. The room had just one window facing the front driveway. Vanessa hadn't gotten around to proper curtains yet, so there were just these thin tulle ones hanging there. You could basically see right through them. And that night the moon was pretty bright, filling the room with this silvery glow. I remember noticing how the light created weird shadows on the wall as I was trying to fall asleep. I've always been a light sleeper. The slightest noise or change in the room can wake me up. That night was no different. I'd finally managed to doze off after scrolling through my phone for a while, with Anna already fast asleep below me, softly snoring in that barely audible way she does. I'm not sure exactly what time it was when I first woke up. That feeling, you know, when you suddenly become aware something's not right, like when you can feel someone watching you. That's what pulled me from sleep. At first I just lay there with my eyes closed, trying to convince myself it was nothing so I could drift back to sleep. But the feeling persisted. There was a presence in the room. I could sense it as clearly as I can sense the keyboard under my fingers right now as I type this. I opened my eyes slowly, still groggy from sleep. The moonlight was streaming through those flimsy curtains, casting that same silvery glow across the room. And that's when I saw her, what I thought was Anna, standing at the window, perfectly still, just staring out. The silhouette was unmistakable. Anna's shoulder-length hair, her height, her build. She was wearing the same oversized t-shirt she'd gone to bed in, but something felt off. She was standing too still, too rigid. Her face was practically pressed against the glass, like she was intensely focused on something outside. I propped myself up on my elbows, blinking away the sleep from my eyes. "Anna?" I whispered, trying not to be too loud in case my sister could hear from her room down the hall. "What are you doing?" The figure didn't turn around. Instead, there was this sound, a flat, low hoo-hoo that barely sounded human. It was definitely a feminine voice, but it was all wrong, emotionless, hollow. I figured maybe she was sleepwalking or something. I'd never known Anna to sleepwalk before, but there's a first time for everything, right? "Anna," I said a bit louder this time, "are you okay? Come back to bed." Again, that same response, hoo-hoo, no movement, no acknowledgement that I was speaking to her, just that eerie sound that made the hairs on my arms stand up. That's when the first real wave of fear hit me. Something was wrong here. I sat up fully in bed, and as I shifted position, I glanced down at the trundle bed below me. My heart nearly stopped. There, on the trundle, was Anna, the real Anna, sound asleep, curled up on her side, facing away from me, her chest rising and falling with each breath. I looked back up at the window, at the figure that I'd thought was my friend. If Anna was in bed, then who, or what, was standing at the window? My throat went dry. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my ears. "Anna," I managed to croak out one more time, barely above a whisper now. The figure at the window snapped its head toward me. Not turned, snapped, like footage being cut and spliced together. 1 second it was facing the window, the next it was staring directly at me. No human moves that fast. No human can twist their neck at that angle. And its face, God, its face. It looked exactly like Anna. Every detail was perfect. Her slightly rounded cheeks, the cluster of freckles across her nose that she always complained about, even the tiny scar above her left eyebrow from when she fell off her bike as a kid. It was Anna's face down to the smallest detail, except for the eyes. They were empty, not just emotionless, but literally empty, like looking into two black holes where eyes should be. They reflected nothing, not even the moonlight that filled the room, and they were fixed on me with an intensity that felt physical, like being pinned in place. "What the fuck?" I screamed, throwing myself backward against the wall. I scrambled to put distance between myself and whatever this thing was, my back pressed so hard against the wall I could feel the paint texture through my thin sleep shirt. The commotion woke the real Anna. She stirred on the trundle bed below, making those groggy sounds people make when they're pulled suddenly from deep sleep. "Eliza, what's happening?" she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep as she pushed herself up on one elbow and rubbed her eyes. "Why are you screaming?" I couldn't answer. My eyes were locked on the spot by the window where the thing that looked like Anna had been standing just seconds before. But it was gone. Vanished. The space by the window was empty now, the thin curtains swaying slightly though there was no breeze. "There was, but you're here," I stammered, pointing frantically between the window and the trundle bed. My whole body was shaking. Anna sat up fully now, concern replacing the sleepiness on her face. "Eliza, you're freaking me out. What's wrong?" I grabbed my phone from beside the pillow and checked the time. 2:40 a.m. The blue light from the screen cast an eerie glow in the room, making the shadows seem even deeper. "There was something here," I finally managed to say. "It looked exactly like you. It was standing at the window, staring out, and when I spoke to it, it made this sound, this hoo-hoo sound. But then I saw you were still in bed, and when it turned to look at me..." I trailed off, the memory of those empty eyes making me shudder. Anna looked at me like I'd lost my mind. She glanced nervously toward the window, then back at me. "You must have been dreaming," she said, but I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. "Or sleep paralysis, maybe. That can cause hallucinations." "It wasn't sleep paralysis," I insisted. "I was moving. I sat up. I spoke to it. And it wasn't a dream. I'm wide awake, Anna." We both jumped at a sudden knock on the door. Vanessa's voice came through. "Everything okay in there? I heard shouting." I didn't know what to tell my sister, that I'd seen some kind of doppelganger of my friend standing in her guest room. That would sound insane, so I lied. "Sorry, just a nightmare. We're fine." "You sure?" Vanessa asked, sounding unconvinced. "Yeah, sorry for waking you," I called back, trying to keep my voice steady. We heard her footsteps retreating down the hall. Anna and I sat in silence for a moment. "Let's just try to go back to sleep," Anna finally suggested, but I could tell from her expression that she was rattled too. She'd known me long enough to know I don't freak out over nothing. "I can't sleep now," I said. "Not in this room." We ended up going to the living room and turning on all the lights. We sat on the couch, wrapped in blankets we'd dragged from the guest room, and put on some mindless show on Netflix that neither of us really watched. Anna dozed off eventually, but I stayed wide awake until dawn, jumping at every creak and groan of Vanessa's new old house. The next morning we packed up early. I made up some excuse to Vanessa about remembering an early appointment I couldn't miss. Anna was quiet the whole time, avoiding my eyes. When we got in the car, she finally spoke. "I don't want to talk about what happened last night," she said firmly, staring straight ahead through the windshield. "I don't know what you saw, but I don't want to know either. We haven't discussed it since. Whenever I try to bring it up, Anna changes the subject or suddenly remembers somewhere else she needs to be. I think she's afraid, not of me, but of what I might have actually seen. I've researched everything I can think of: sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, waking dreams. None of it fits. I was fully awake. I was moving. I saw what I saw. I've only stayed at Vanessa's house once since then, and I insisted on sleeping on the couch. I told her I was having back problems and needed the firmer surface. She didn't question it, but I caught her giving me strange looks throughout my visit. What bothers me most isn't just that this thing existed, or that it could mimic Anna so perfectly. It's those eyes, those empty, cold eyes that looked right through me. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder, what if it's still there, standing at that window, staring out at whatever caught its attention that night? What was it watching for? And what would have happened if I hadn't screamed and woken Anna? I don't have answers. I probably never will. But I know what I saw, and it wasn't sleep paralysis, it wasn't a dream, and it wasn't my imagination. It was something pretending to be human, pretending to be my friend, a mimic with Anna's face and nothing behind its eyes. And sometimes, when Anna doesn't answer my texts right away, a tiny voice in the back of my mind whispers, "How do you know the real Anna came home with you that day?" Story 20. I'm still struggling to type this, even though it's been almost 2 months since it happened. My hands keep shaking whenever I think about it. I've tried telling the police, but they just think I'm making things up. My parents are making me see a therapist twice a week now. They think I'm traumatized or something. Maybe I am, but not for the reasons they think. It happened back in April during that crazy thunderstorm that knocked out power in half of Oak Ridge. I was 17 at the time, just a normal high school junior looking forward to summer break. My parents had this charity dinner downtown, some fundraiser for the new hospital wing, and they'd been planning it for weeks. Mom spent forever getting ready, trying on like 3 different dresses before settling on the first one she'd picked. Dad kept checking his watch and sighing dramatically in the hallway. "We'll be back by 11, Emily," Mom said for the 100th time while putting on her earrings. "Make sure Max is in bed by 9, and please don't watch anything too scary." She gave me that look parents give when they know you're going to do exactly what they told you not to do. Max was my little brother. He was 10 and annoying as hell most of the time, but I loved the little dork. He'd been complaining about a stomach ache all day, so Mom had already tucked him into bed before they left. I checked on him right after they drove away. He was passed out with his dinosaur nightlight glowing in the corner of his room. Our house was pretty old, like built in the 70s old. It sat at the end of a cul-de-sac, backed up against a small wooded area that separated our neighborhood from the highway. I'd always loved how quiet and secluded it felt, but that night, with the storm getting worse by the minute, it felt too isolated. Once I was sure Max was asleep, I made myself a bowl of popcorn and settled in the living room. I'd been dying to watch this new horror movie everyone at school was talking about. The thunder outside was the perfect soundtrack. The whole house shook with each boom, and lightning lit up the windows every few seconds. Around 8:30, the rain started coming down so hard I could barely hear the TV. The wind was insane, making all the old windows rattle. Our house always made weird noises during storms, creaking floorboards, groaning pipes, that kind of stuff. But I was used to it, or at least I thought I was. I paused the movie to get more soda when I heard it, a scratching sound, like fingernails dragging slowly across the front door. At first I figured it was just a branch or something blown by the wind, but then it happened again, more deliberate, 3 distinct scratches. "Max," I called out, thinking maybe he'd gotten up and was messing with me. No answer. I turned the volume down on the TV and listened. Nothing for a few seconds, then scritch, scritch, scritch against the door again. My heart started racing. I grabbed my phone, ready to call someone, but decided I was being stupid. It had to be the wind. Still, I picked up the remote control, like that would do anything, and crept toward the front door. The scratching stopped as I got closer. I stood there for a moment, trying to hear anything over the pounding rain and my own heartbeat. After taking a deep breath, I peeked through the peephole. Nothing, just darkness and rain. I felt silly but still double-checked the deadbolt before heading back to the living room. That's when the power flickered. Once, twice, then went out completely. I froze in the sudden darkness, my eyes struggling to adjust. The only light came from the occasional flash of lightning. In one of those flashes I saw it, a face, pressed against the window beside the TV, pale, almost glowing, with wide, unblinking eyes and a smile that stretched too far across its face. It wasn't moving, just staring. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't scream. I just stood there, frozen, praying for the lightning to stop so I wouldn't have to see it anymore. When the next flash came, the face was gone. I scrambled to the couch, grabbed my phone, and turned on the flashlight. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped it twice. I swept the light across the windows, but there was nothing there. "You're freaking yourself out," I whispered. "It's the movie. It's the storm. You're just scared because the power's out." The scratching started again, but this time from the back of the house. I nearly peed myself. This wasn't the wind. This was deliberate. I needed to get to Max. I crept toward the hallway, keeping my phone's flashlight pointed ahead of me. The scratching continued, slow and methodical, from the back door now. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to sound brave, but my voice cracked. The scratching stopped. I made it to Max's room and pushed the door open slowly. The dinosaur nightlight was off because of the power outage, but I could see his small shape under the blankets. "Max," I whispered, approaching his bed. "Max, wake up." I reached out to shake him, but when I pulled back the covers, there was just a bunch of pillows arranged to look like a body. My blood turned to ice. Where was he? Had he gotten up to use the bathroom? Was he hiding somewhere because he was scared of the storm? "Max!" I called out louder, panic rising in my throat. "This isn't funny. Where are you?" That's when I heard it. A faint whimpering sound coming from downstairs, from the basement. Max was terrified of our basement. He wouldn't go down there even during the day. There's no way he would have gone down there during a storm with the power out, unless someone took him. I ran back to the kitchen, nearly slipping on the tile floor. My mind was racing through terrible possibilities. I grabbed a knife from the knife block, the biggest one we had. My hands were shaking so badly I was afraid I might cut myself. I tried calling 911, but my phone showed no service. The storm must have knocked out the cell towers too. The whimpering came again, definitely from the basement. "I'm coming, Max," I shouted, hoping my voice would scare off whoever was down there. Our basement door is in the kitchen. It's one of those old-fashioned wooden doors that always sticks. I yanked it open and pointed my phone light down the stairs. The beam barely cut through the darkness. "Max?" I called, my voice echoing off the concrete walls. "Are you down there?" Another whimper, followed by what sounded like "Emily, help." I started down the stairs, knife in one hand, phone in the other. Each step creaked under my weight. The air got colder as I descended, and there was a weird smell, like wet earth and something metallic. When I reached the bottom, I swept my light around. Our basement was mostly unfinished. Just concrete floors, exposed pipes, and boxes of holiday decorations and old toys. Perfect hiding places everywhere. "Max, it's me. Where are you?" A small sound came from behind the old water heater. I moved toward it slowly, knife raised, and there he was, curled up in the corner, his face streaked with tears. "Emily," he sobbed. "There's someone in the house." I rushed to him, kneeling down. "Are you hurt? How did you get down here?" He shook his head. "I heard scratching on my window. I got scared and hid under my bed. But then I saw feet walking around my room. They weren't your feet. They were big and muddy. I held my breath until they left. Then I ran down here to hide." My entire body went cold. "When was this, Max?" "I don't know. A little while ago. I've been hiding." I pulled him close. "We need to get out of here, right now." That's when the basement light suddenly came on, blinding us momentarily. The power was back, and we weren't alone. Standing at the top of the stairs was a figure in a dark hoodie. I couldn't see their face, but I could see they were holding something that glinted in the light. "Well, well," a voice said, not deep enough to be clearly male, not high enough to be clearly female. "Isn't this sweet?" I pushed Max behind me and raised the knife. "Get out of our house or I'm calling the police." The figure laughed. "With what phone? The service is out, remember? And your parents won't be home for hours." "How did they know that?" "What do you want?" I demanded, trying to sound brave while looking for any way past them. The figure started slowly coming down the stairs. I've been watching this house for weeks. Such a nice family. So trusting. You never even check if your windows are all locked. My mind raced. The back windows in the dining room, they didn't latch properly. Dad had been meaning to fix them. People think bad things only happen in big cities, the figure continued, now halfway down the stairs. But nobody locks their doors in little towns like Oak Ridge. Nobody expects someone like me. I gripped the knife tighter. Stay back. Or what? They were almost at the bottom now. You'll stab me? Have you ever stabbed anyone, Emily? Do you know how much force it takes to push a blade through skin and muscle? They knew my name. This wasn't random. I looked around desperately for anything else I could use as a weapon. There was an old baseball bat in the corner, one of Max's from Little League, if I could just get to it. You know what the best part is? The figure said, now at the bottom of the stairs. Your parents won't be back until 11. I checked their invitation. That gives us plenty of time to get to know each other. The power flickered again, and in that brief moment of darkness, I shoved Max toward the space behind the old bookshelf. Run! I screamed. Everything happened so fast after that. I lunged for the baseball bat. The figure moved toward me with surprising speed. I swung wildly, connecting with something solid. There was a grunt of pain, and I didn't wait to see what happened next. I ran for the stairs, screaming for Max to follow me. We scrambled up the steps, the figure right behind us. I slammed the basement door shut and dragged a kitchen chair under the doorknob like I'd seen in movies. It wouldn't hold for long. Front door now! I grabbed Max's hand and we ran. The pounding on the basement door started immediately. Wood splintered as we reached the front hall. I fumbled with the deadbolt, finally getting it open, and we burst outside into the pouring rain. The storm was still raging, but I'd never been so happy to feel rain on my face. Mrs. Landers, I screamed, pulling Max toward our neighbor's house. Help us. We were halfway across our front yard when I heard our front door bang open behind us. I didn't look back, just kept running and screaming. Mrs. Landers' porch light came on, and then her door opened. The elderly woman stood there in her nightgown, looking confused. Emily, what on earth? Call 911. I pushed Max toward her. Someone's in our house. She pulled us inside and locked her door, then grabbed her phone. I collapsed on her floor, soaking wet and shaking, holding Max tight against me. Police are coming, she said after making the call. What happened? I tried to explain between sobs, but I wasn't making much sense. I kept looking out her window, expecting to see the hooded figure approaching her house, but there was nothing except rain and darkness. The police arrived in what felt like forever, but was probably only minutes. They searched our house and the surrounding area, but found nothing. No sign of forced entry, no muddy footprints, nothing disturbed. They didn't believe us. I could tell by the way they looked at each other when I described what happened. They thought we'd imagined it all. Two kids home alone during a scary storm, watching horror movies. Power goes out. They'd seen it before. My parents came home to find police cars in the driveway and me and Max wrapped in blankets in Mrs. Landers' living room. The look on their faces. I'll never forget it. The police told them there was no evidence anyone had been in our house. They suggested Max had a nightmare, and I got scared because of the storm and the movie. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. That voice saying, "Your parents won't be back until 11. I checked their invitation. We moved a week later. My parents said it was because Dad got a job offer in another state, but I know the real reason. They believe us, even if the police don't. I still have nightmares about that face in the window, about that voice on the stairs. Sometimes I wake up thinking I hear scratching at my door. The worst part? 2 weeks after we moved, there was a story in the Oak Ridge newspaper. A family 3 streets over from our old house had been attacked in their home during a storm. The parents were killed. The children were missing. I've tried telling the police here about what happened to us, thinking it might help find those kids, but no one takes me seriously. They say I read about the murders, and it triggered my imagination. But I know what I saw. I know what happened that night, and I know we were lucky to escape. Every night I check all the windows and doors before going to bed. Twice. I keep a baseball bat under my bed. And I never, ever watch horror movies during thunderstorms anymore. Story 21. I never thought something like this would happen to me. That's what everyone says, right? But seriously, I'm still trying to make sense of what went down last month, and I'm hoping someone here might have dealt with something similar. It all started when my sisters and I found an old Ouija board in our basement. I'm 17, living in Sacramento with my family in this old house we moved into last year. My older sister Megan brought the board upstairs one Friday night when our parents were out for dinner. She thought it would be fun to mess around with it, and I was bored enough to agree. The first few times we used it with my sisters and a couple of their friends, nothing really happened. Well, almost nothing. The planchette would move, but only when I had my fingers on it. Everyone kept accusing me of pushing it, but I swear I wasn't. It kept spelling out these weird names: key, quo, and key. We'd ask who was communicating, and it would give one of those names. Ask again, get a different one of the three. It was weird, but seemed harmless enough. After about 2 weeks of occasionally bringing the board out when we were bored, my sisters lost interest. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. Why did it only move when I touched it? What were those names about? My sister's friend Amber, who's into all this spiritual stuff, told me I probably had some kind of gift or connection. She even gave me some crystals to amplify energy or whatever. That's when I made my first mistake. I decided to try using the board alone. I know now that's like rule number 1 of Ouija boards: never use them alone. But I was curious, and honestly, I thought it was all bullshit anyway. Just my subconscious moving the planchette or something. So one night when everyone was asleep, around 2 in the morning, I set up the board in my room. I lit 3 candles Amber had given me, for protection, she'd said, and placed her crystals around the board. I dimmed my lights and sat cross-legged on the floor. Nothing happened for the first 10 minutes. The planchette didn't budge, not even a little. I remember feeling both relieved and disappointed. I was about to pack it up when I remembered something I'd read online about a spirit called Zozo. This is where I made my second, much bigger mistake. I decided to call out to it. I put my fingers lightly on the planchette and deliberately spelled out Z-O-Z-O. The moment I finished, the planchette shot to yes so hard it nearly flew off the board. My heart jumped into my throat, but I tried to stay calm. Maybe I'd pushed it without realizing, but I knew I hadn't. "Are you Zozo?" I asked, my voice shaking slightly. The planchette moved slowly this time. "Yes, what do you want? Y-O-U." My mouth went dry. "Why me? K-N-O-W-Y-O-U. How do you know me? A-L-W-A-Y-S-H-E-R-E. My hands were sweating now, but I couldn't stop. "Are you good or evil?" The planchette circled the board twice before spelling N-E-I-T-H-E-R-B-O-T-H. "What are you then?" "A-N-G-E-L. This confused me. Like a guardian angel, the planchette moved to N-O, then spelled out F-A-L-L-E-N-L-I-K-E-Y-O-U. "I'm not fallen," I said, feeling genuinely creeped out now. Y-O-U-A-R-E-P-S-Y-C-H-I-C. This caught me off guard. I'd never thought of myself as psychic. "Is that why the board only works when I touch it?" "Yes." "Is God real?" I don't know why I asked this. It just popped into my head. The planchette moved so violently it scratched the board. No, 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 no. Then it spelled out my sister's name and called her something so horrible I don't even want to repeat it. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The middle candle's flame had grown. Not just a little. It was about 1 foot high, burning straight up without flickering. The other 2 candles were normal. "What are you doing to the candle?" I whispered. S-H-O-W-I-N-G-P-O-W-E-R. "Are you really an angel trying to communicate?" I asked, remembering it had claimed to be an angel earlier. "Yes." But you just said God isn't real. How can you be an angel if there's no God? The planchette started moving in a figure-8 pattern, faster and faster. The temperature in my room dropped so suddenly I could see my breath. The tall flame on the middle candle didn't waver at all. I want to end this now, I said firmly, trying to hide the tremor in my voice. No, I'm ending this session. Goodbye. I started to move the planchette toward goodbye. The planchette felt heavy suddenly, like someone was pushing against me. With effort, I managed to get it to goodbye and immediately took my fingers off it. The flame on the middle candle went out with a hiss. The other 2 candles kept burning normally. I quickly blew them out, turned on all the lights in my room and put the board away in my closet, buried under some clothes. I barely slept that night. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, or maybe I'd been pushing the planchette without realizing it. The candle thing was weird, but maybe there was a draft I hadn't noticed. I came up with every possible explanation except the obvious one, that something had actually communicated with me. The next few days, I felt on edge. I kept seeing movement out of the corner of my eye. My dreams were vivid and disturbing, filled with shadows and whispers, but nothing concrete happened, so I started to convince myself it had all been in my head. Then came the bathroom incident, 4 days after the solo Ouija session. I was taking a hot shower before school. The bathroom was steamy as usual, and I was just standing under the water, still half asleep. When I got out and wiped a small circle in the fogged-up mirror to see my face, my heart nearly stopped. Behind me, drawn in the steam on the rest of the mirror, was a perfect pentagram. I spun around, but there was nobody there. The bathroom door was still locked from the inside. I turned back to the mirror, and the pentagram was still there, clear as day. 5 points, a star inside a circle with weird symbols at each point that I didn't recognize. There was no way anyone could have come in and drawn that while I was showering, and it wasn't the kind of thing that could form naturally from steam. I panicked. I wiped the entire mirror frantically with my towel, erasing all traces of it. I dressed without even drying off properly, my clothes sticking uncomfortably to my damp skin. I didn't care. I just needed to get out of that bathroom. At school, I couldn't focus on anything. During lunch, I researched Ouija boards and Zozo on my phone. What I found made me feel sick. Zozo is apparently a demon that specifically targets people through Ouija boards. Many accounts described it pretending to be someone else before revealing its true nature. Some people reported physical manifestations after contacting it. Objects moving, strange sounds, marks appearing. The pentagram in the mirror wasn't just my imagination. Something had followed me home from that board. When I got back from school, I took the Ouija board out to our backyard and burned it in our fire pit. I know now that's probably not the right way to dispose of one, but I was desperate and scared. As it burned, I swear I could hear faint whispers coming from the flames. That night, I woke up at exactly 3 in the morning, not gradually, but suddenly, like someone had shouted my name. My room was freezing cold, even though it was warm outside and we didn't have the AC on. As I lay there, afraid to move, I felt a pressure on my chest, like someone sitting on me. I couldn't breathe properly. Then I heard it, a voice, right next to my ear, though there was nobody there. "Found you," it whispered. I screamed and turned on my light. The pressure vanished instantly. My parents and sisters came running, thinking I'd had a nightmare. I didn't tell them the truth. How could I? They'd think I was crazy. Since then, things have calmed down somewhat. No more voices or pressure, but small things keep happening. My belongings get moved when I'm not looking. Sometimes I find my electronics turned on when I know I turned them off. Twice now, I've found small scratches on my arms when I wake up, like someone dragged a fingernail across my skin while I slept. I've tried cleansing my room with sage, thanks Amber, keeping a Bible by my bed, and even sleeping with the lights on. Nothing seems to make it stop completely. What scares me most is the feeling of being watched all the time. Even now as I'm typing this, there's this heaviness in the corners of my room, like the shadows are deeper than they should be. I've researched closing Ouija board sessions properly, but it's too late for that now. The board is gone, and whatever came through it is still here. I've thought about telling my parents or maybe seeing a priest, but what would I say? Hey, I played with a Ouija board alone and now I think a demon is following me. Has anyone else ever contacted Zozo or had something follow them after using a Ouija board? Did it eventually go away, or am I stuck with this presence forever? I just want my normal life back. I want to sleep through the night without waking up terrified. I want to shower without checking the mirror every 10 seconds. I want to stop jumping at every little sound, but mostly I want to stop feeling like something is standing right behind me, watching, waiting. I'm sorry if this is all over the place. I haven't been sleeping well, and it's hard to talk about this stuff without sounding completely insane. But I know what I experienced was real. That pentagram didn't draw itself. That candle didn't make itself burn a foot high. And I definitely didn't imagine that voice in my ear. I've never been so scared in my life, and I don't know what to do next. Story 22. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that morning. It's been 15 years and I've never been able to explain it. I was in 4th grade at the time, living with my family in what I can only describe as the worst neighborhood in our city. We couldn't afford anything better. My dad worked 2 jobs, my mom cleaned houses, and we were barely getting by. Our house was this tiny, beat-up rental with peeling paint and creaky floorboards. The kind of place where you'd always hear strange noises, but you'd convince yourself it was just the house settling. The neighborhood itself was rough. Drug deals happened openly on street corners, and we'd hear gunshots at least once a week. My parents had strict rules: be home before dark, don't talk to strangers, and always lock the doors. Even when we were inside, we couldn't afford to move, so we just dealt with it. But the neighborhood wasn't even the scariest part about living there. Strange things started happening almost immediately after we moved in. At first it was small stuff, items disappearing and reappearing in weird places, lights turning on by themselves, cold spots throughout the house, even in the middle of summer. My mom would blame it on forgetfulness or faulty wiring. My dad wouldn't acknowledge it at all. Then things escalated. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. My little sister started talking about the shadow man who would stand in the corner of her room at night. I'd wake up with scratches on my arms that weren't there when I went to bed. My older brother Ethan, who was in 7th grade and usually acted tough about everything, started sleeping with his baseball bat. My parents tried to rationalize it all away. The footsteps were the house settling. My sister had an overactive imagination. I must have scratched myself in my sleep, but I could tell they were scared too. I'd catch my mum making the sign of the cross when she thought no one was looking. My dad started checking the locks 3 or 4 times before bed, but nothing, absolutely nothing, compared to what happened that Tuesday morning in October. It was a school day around 7:15 in the morning. Ethan and I were sitting at the dining room table eating cereal. My mom was upstairs helping my little sister get dressed, and my dad was in the shower. It was just a normal, chaotic weekday morning. From where we sat, we had a clear view into the kitchen and the sliding glass door that led to our tiny, fenced-in backyard. That door was always a source of anxiety for my parents. The lock was flimsy, and my dad had installed an additional security bar that lay in the track to prevent it from opening, even if someone managed to break the lock. I remember everything about that moment so clearly. I was wearing my favorite Pokemon t-shirt. Ethan was complaining about a math test he had that day. The cereal was getting soggy in my bowl. The sun was just starting to come up, casting this weird orange glow through the kitchen window. And then it happened. The sliding glass door suddenly flew open with such force that it bounced against the stopper. Before either of us could react, this thing rushed in. I say thing because I don't know what else to call it. It was shaped like a person, but it wasn't a person. It was completely black. Not like someone wearing black clothes, but like a piece of darkness had torn itself away and taken human form. It was blurry around the edges, like it was vibrating or moving too fast for my eyes to focus on it properly. It shot into our kitchen like it had been fired from a cannon, moving impossibly fast. It darted past the kitchen counter, and then It just wasn't there anymore. It didn't run out of view or hide somewhere. It literally disappeared mid-motion. The entire event lasted maybe 2 seconds. The door slammed shut immediately after the figure entered, like it had been yanked closed. Ethan and I froze with our spoons halfway to our mouths. We slowly turned to look at each other, and I'll never forget the expression on his face. Pure terror mixed with confusion. His face had gone completely white, and his hand was shaking so badly that milk was spilling from his spoon onto the table. "Did you?" he whispered, unable to finish the sentence. I nodded, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. We sat in stunned silence for a few seconds before Ethan stood up, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. "We need to check the door," he said. I didn't want to. Every cell in my body was screaming at me to run upstairs, to hide under my bed, to get as far away from that kitchen as possible, but I also didn't want to be left alone, so I followed him. We approached the sliding door cautiously, like it might fly open again at any moment. When we reached it, Ethan tugged on the handle. It didn't budge. He pulled harder. Nothing. The door was locked. Not just locked, the security bar was still firmly in place in the track. There was absolutely no way that door had opened. It was physically impossible, but we had both seen it. We had both seen the thing that came through it. Maybe it was a reflection, I suggested weakly, desperately wanting there to be a logical explanation. Ethan shook his head. "Reflections don't open doors," he said. His voice cracked on the last word. We heard footsteps on the stairs. Our mom coming down with our sister. Ethan grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in painfully. "Don't tell them," he whispered urgently. "They won't believe us, and it'll just freak them out more." I nodded, and we returned to the table, pretending to eat our now soggy cereal as if nothing had happened. But I couldn't stop my hands from shaking, and I kept glancing toward the kitchen, half expecting to see that black figure materialize again. The rest of the morning was a blur. I remember my mom asking if I felt sick because I looked pale. I remember the walk to school feeling 1,000,000 miles long, with Ethan unusually quiet beside me. I remember sitting in class, unable to focus on anything my teacher was saying, the image of that black blur replaying in my mind over and over again. When we got home that afternoon, I was terrified to go inside. Ethan must have felt the same way because he suggested we play basketball in the driveway until our mom got home from work with our sister. We stayed outside until the very last minute, only going in when it started to get dark. That night, Ethan came into my room after everyone else was asleep. He pushed my desk chair against my door and sat on the edge of my bed. "We need to talk about what we saw," he whispered. I sat up, hugging my knees to my chest. "What was it?" I asked. "I don't know," he admitted, "but I've been thinking about it all day. Remember how last week I woke everyone up because I thought I heard someone in the house?" I nodded. It had been around 3 in the morning, and Ethan had been so convinced there was an intruder that Dad had gotten his baseball bat and checked every room in the house. "What if it wasn't a person?" Ethan continued. "What if it was that thing?" "But what is it?" I pressed, my voice barely audible. Ethan was quiet for a long moment. "I think our house is haunted," he finally said. "But not by a normal ghost, by something else, something bad." The way he said bad sent chills down my spine because I knew he was right. Whatever had rushed into our house that morning hadn't just been spooky or creepy. It had felt malevolent, like it wanted to hurt us. "What do we do?" I asked. Ethan didn't have an answer. He eventually went back to his own room, leaving me alone with my thoughts and fears. Over the next few weeks, the activity in the house intensified. The footsteps became louder and more frequent. Items wouldn't just disappear, they'd be destroyed. We'd find family photos with the faces scratched out, or my sister's dolls with their heads pulled off. My sister started waking up with bruises she couldn't explain. My mom developed a persistent cough that doctors couldn't diagnose. My dad became irritable and aggressive, snapping at us for the smallest things, and Ethan and I kept seeing the black figure. Never as clearly as that morning in the kitchen, but we'd catch glimpses of it darting around corners or hovering in doorways. Sometimes at night, I'd wake up feeling like someone was standing over my bed, but when I'd open my eyes, I'd just see a darker patch of darkness sliding out my door. We tried to tell our parents once, about a month after the kitchen incident. They didn't believe us. My mom suggested that maybe we were watching too many scary movies, and my dad got angry, accusing us of trying to scare our little sister. We never brought it up again, but Ethan and I developed our own precautions. We'd check in on each other throughout the night. We'd leave lights on whenever possible. We'd avoid being alone in the house, but nothing we did made any difference to that thing. It was in our house, and it seemed to be getting stronger, feeding off our fear and the negative energy that was building in our family. We lived in that house for 2 more years before my dad finally got a better job and we were able to move. By then, we were all shadows of our former selves. My mom's health had deteriorated. My sister had become withdrawn and anxious. My dad's temper had gotten so bad that he and Mom were constantly fighting. The day we moved out was the first time I felt like I could breathe in years. As we drove away from that house for the last time, I looked back and could have sworn I saw a dark figure watching us from the upstairs window. We never talked about what happened in that house, not as a family anyway. Ethan and I would discuss it sometimes, trying to make sense of what we experienced. We never could. Even now, as adults, we don't have an explanation for what rushed into our kitchen that morning. I've researched paranormal phenomena since then, trying to find something that matches what we saw. The closest I've come is something called a shadow person. But even that doesn't quite fit. Shadow people are usually described as observing, watching from corners or doorways. They don't typically interact physically with their environment the way our entity did. To this day, I can't look at sliding glass doors without feeling a rush of anxiety. I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, that black figure is still rushing into homes, terrorizing families who, like us, have nowhere else to go. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we had stayed in that house longer. Would things have continued to escalate? Would one of us have gotten seriously hurt, or worse? I'll never know. But I do know that what Ethan and I saw that morning was real. It wasn't a reflection, it wasn't our imagination, and it wasn't something that can be explained by logic or science. It was something else, something that shouldn't exist in our world but somehow found its way in. And the scariest part, I don't think we were the first family to encounter it in that house, and I'm certain we weren't the last.